Okay, good day, guys. Good day to you all. Welcome back to the Formula Sports channel. We're doing a watch along, guys. The Charleroi game has just begun involving Shamar Nicholson. So we're doing a watch along. So Nicholson on the pitch right now for Charleroi in action. What we're gonna do? The main event is really and truly Brentford, right? That is the main event. But just checking out this game involving Nicholson before the game with Charleroi with a shooting opportunity. Now, it's Charleroi. Okay, Charleroi is in the black kit. Initially, I thought Charleroi was in the white kit. So Brentford and Arsenal will soon get underway. Good day, guys. What's happening, Jay? What's happening? Big up, boss. So right now we're doing a watch along to, well, as I said, the main event is Brentford versus Arsenal. Main event is Brentford versus Arsenal. But in the meantime, we're just checking out this game involving another reggae boy. Formula 4 Sports. Thanks for that one, Jay. Thank you for that one. Charleroi has some pressure though in the earlier stages of this game. I don't think Nicholson has I don't think he has touched the ball. Oh, excellent give and go. Just on the edge of the penalty box, the right-hand side of the penalty box from Charleroi. However, the cross into the box was intercepted. Charleroi regained possession though. Well, as I was saying, Jay, I am watching sportsbay.org. I am watching. This is it's a watch along for Brentford really, but since Charleroi has started about 10 minutes or so before the Brentford match, I'm just checking out the Charleroi game involving our reggae boy. And that reggae boy is Shamar Nicholson, who has started this game. Don't think you've seen a touch yet. Charleroi now on the attack. A shot from just outside of the box goes straight to the keeper. Okay, good day, guys. Good day again to you all. The main event. The main event is watch along for a reggae boy. I'm liking this. Yeah, man, we try to cover as many as we possibly can. We try to cover as many as we possibly can. Charleroi in the penalty box, however, the ball into the box the Antwerp defender got there before the Charleroi centre forward. So guys, I am naming this series the Reggae Boyz watch alongs. So that's what the series is called. Corner for Charleroi. Another corner, as that one is put out of play by Antwerp defender. All right, so the main event is will soon get underway. As I said, the main event is Ethan Pinnock in the Premier League. However, we will be keeping tabs on Mr. Nicholson over at Charleroi. Okay, so Antwerp just had a shot on goal, but it was a relatively tame attempt. Shamar Nicholson with his first touch of the football, but it was a one-touch pass, and it was, overhit. What's happening, Woke Dream? Thanks for being here, boss. Yeah, so we're just preparing ourselves for the main event, and that is Brentford versus Arsenal, which is scheduled to get underway in like the next 3 minutes. So Royal Antwerp enjoying the early action in this one. Charleroi have had their moments on the break, ball into the box from the Antwerp player on the left side of the Antwerp attacking third, but it just fizzed across. Antwerp high pressing Charleroi. Won the ball back briefly, but Charleroi come away with it now. Alright, 1 minute to go before the Brentford game. 1 minute to go before the Brentford game. Gets underway. Yeah, man, the Jamaica. Well, I know. Nicholson is starting in this one right now as we speak. Let me check if Ethan Pinnock is starting. Yup, Ethan Pinnock is starting as well. As well as Ivan Toney. Let me bring that one up now. Let me get eyes on that game. So that game is scheduled to get well. It's starting now as we speak. The Ethan Pinnock game is starting right now as we speak. Right now. Right now. So we're just waiting for that one to get underway. I don't know if what you are watching it and it has already started. But it hasn't started for me as yet. All right, so Brentford and Arsenal about to get underway now, guys. Let me bring up the live score. Brentford and Arsenal about to get underway. Tracker. All right. Yep. They're actually out on the field now. What's happening? Sorry if I'm not answering your comments at the moment. I'm a little bit occupied just trying to get this thing off the ground. Well, it says 2 minutes on screen right now, but what I'm watching on, it just started. So, Brentford and Arsenal on the way, guys. Brentford starting a back three. It's still 0-0 in Charleroi game. I have eyes on both, as a matter of fact. I'm watching both games at the same time. Corner kick for Arsenal. Diagonal ball. Trying to get a cross in. Long range shot, comfortable for the keeper. Still 0-0 in Charleroi and Antwerp's game. Ethan Pinnock just got a touch of the... Is that Pinnock's first touch of the Premier League? First touch in the Premier League? All right, so Brentford trying to build out from the back. Trying to pass their way out from the back, as a matter of fact. Trying to pass their way out from the back, but Arsenal's high press has regained possession of the football. However, it's a foul on the Arsenal player. So Arsenal with a throw-in on the right-hand side of their attacking third. However, Brentford press, win it back. Ivan Toney with a nice little layoff there. Unfortunately, fell just short of the target. All right, guys. Shamar Nicholson was just took a shot at goal and it went just wide. Just, as a matter of fact, it hit the post. Guys, Boza just hit the post again. It's actually a deflected shot. So he took the shot, it took a deflection, and it hit the post. So there you go, guys. Boza, a ball played in behind, and Boza ran onto it and took the shot. The defender closing him down, though. And, you know, it was a deflected shot, and it hit the post. Trying to keep tabs on both games at the same time, but the main event is Brentford versus Arsenal. EPL action involving one Reggae boy and a potential Reggae boy, both on the pitch. Brentford holding their own so far. Brentford holding their own so far. Ball goes straight through to the goalkeeper. Alright guys, remember to smash up the like button as soon as you guys enter. Still 0-0 in Charleroi game. Ball into the box and Nicholson goes out for a corner kick. The defender got his head to it first. Alright, 10 minutes gone so far in this one, guys. Brentford trying to build out from the back. They played direct football a lot of times last season. Ivan Toney trying to do the flick on. Unsuccessful though. Brentford making inroads down the left-hand side of the pitch. Oh, excellent ball in behind. The attempted cross was intercepted, but the ball bounced up in the air. A Brentford player got his head onto it, but It went just over. It actually bounced off the defender, making the sliding challenge to intercept the ball. And it goes out for a goal kick. All right, so 11 minutes gone into Brentford's game. 27 minutes gone in Charleroi game. Excellent ball in behind from Ivan Toney. Boy, hit it one time. Merciful Father, guys. Brentford hit the post. Brentford hit the post. That was an excellent, excellent ball in behind from Ivan Toney for his striking partner, who hit it one time, run onto it and hit it one. Wait, was that a save? Did the keeper say that it looked as if it hit off the post? I think it hit off the post, guys. It hit off the post. That, whoa. Brentford coming close. Very, very close. Yeah, man, Richards. Blessing, boss. Greetings from London. A London-based Gunners fan. Watch along doing it. Oh, Brian. All right, remember drop the link. Because I know some more than likely, Brian, I go on forward on. I just forget for sure, you know, Brian. Before the game start, you know, because you did make me know a thing yesterday. Just drop the link there, you know, boss. If you want to forward on, you can forward on. Let me just pin the link. Guys, remember to smash the like button when you come in, guys. Link pinned. All right, guys. Brentford playing some positive football in this one. They're not sitting back to soak up pressure and break. However, Arsenal is on the ball right now. Excellent, excellent ball to break the lines there. Arsenal quick in transition. The final ball just was not forthcoming. Because he was trying to play it back across into the box. Half an hour gone in Charleroi versus Antwerp. Shamar Nicholson, guys, just had a save. A header off a corner, guys. A header off a corner. A very impressive save from the Charleroi goalkeeper, guys. So Nicholson hit the post. And now he leaped very high into the air off an in-swinging corner kick from the left corner flag of Charleroi was attacking third. But he leapt high, got good contact, headed it down. It was a brilliant header. It was an excellent save, though, from the goalkeeper to deny Shamar Nicholson. Arsenal on the hunt now in Brentford's attacking third. 15 minutes gone into this football game. The main event. Brentford versus Arsenal. Ethan Pinnock and Ivan Toney versus Arsenal. Well, this is not Ivan Toney's first action in the Premier League, but it is Ethan Pinnock's first time in the Premier League, if I'm not mistaken. Arsenal probing. Charleroi trying to get a cross into the box now for Nicholson waiting in the box. The cross was not forthcoming. The crossing channel was blocked. Charleroi starting to gain a foothold in this game. Okay, Shamar Nicholson in the box waiting for the cross, boss. Charleroi was spending some time in the Antwerp penalty box, pressing and probing. Antwerp struggling to get the ball away, struggling to clear their lines. Arsenal with a shot on goal. It was a speculative effort, though. That was not going to. I mean, for starters, there was a lot of bodies in front of the ball. All right, so the pressure now, the Charleroi pressure has been eased because Antwerp has now gotten a goal kick. Yeah, man, new Prem boys. Sorry if I'm not, because I'm focused on so many things right now. 2 games at the same time. It's kind of difficult for me right now to have eyes on the comments. So sorry if I'm not, if there's a delayed amount of time to respond to the comments. That's a handball. That is a handball, a clear handball. And so Brentford will come away with the football on that particular play. Smash the like button, guys. Let's get the video out there. It was a clear handball. Arsenal just starting to up the tempo now a bit. An Arsenal throw off of a Brentford kick out. I forgot Pinnock about how are you managing 2 games on the go? This is usual for you. Is this usual for you, or is it because it's a World Cup qualifying year? I had actually started the watch along from last year now, Richard. But this from last season rather, but this I didn't really go as hard with it because of technical reasons. I didn't have the capability to go as hard as I wanted to go with it. So, but this season, I am in a better position to be able to do it. This is the first time I've done watch-alongs to Reggae Boys before, but this is the first time covering 2 at the same time. I mean, and I've up to the other day I was watching 2 at the same time, but I've never done a watch-along watching both at the same time. So yes, it is kind of unusual for me to do a watch-along to both at the same time. Charleroi right now dominating proceedings in the game against Antwerp. They are desperately searching for the opening goal, and Antwerp is under a lot of pressure. Sustained pressure from Charleroi in that one. Nicholson got 2 big chances. One hit the post, the other one, it was an excellent save. Brentford trying to establish themselves in this game against Arsenal. Brentford win possession of the ball, counter pressing in the attacking third of Arsenal. Ball into the box at the feet of the Brentford player. Brentford still have it in the box, trying to get the cross in. Cross intercepted. Arsenal clear their lines. So a period now of pressure from Brentford. Welcome to the watch along, guys. Main event, Brentford versus Arsenal. Opening game of the Premier League season. Side event, Charleroi, involving another reggae boy, Shamar Nicholson. I've just received a notification on my phone that Antwerp has scored. However, I'm not seeing it on screen at this time. The stream is a little bit behind on my phone, so let us see what has happened. Brentford pressing Arsenal high up the pitch. They won possession in Arsenal's final third, or in Arsenal's defensive third, but the ball goes out of touch. It is a Brentford corner kick. Still not seeing the goal for Antwerp. The stream is a bit behind. As Brentford go to take a corner kick on the left-hand side of the attacking third. Okay, just saw the Antwerp goal. Charleroi are behind, guys. Shamar Nicholson, Charleroi is behind. They are down 1-0. Cross on the right-hand side of Antwerp's attacking third, the left-hand side of Brentford's defensive third. No pressure on the cross. Running behind, it was a low cross. Excellent forward running behind the defense from the Antwerp player. He had a simple tap-in. Flick on header. Into the box for Brentford. Arsenal clear their lines. Brentford having Arsenal under some pressure now. Shot from Brentford, guys. Brentford have taken the lead. It's 1-0, guys. Brentford has taken the lead. Brentford has taken the lead. Brentford's period of sustained pressure has paid dividends. Brentford has taken the lead, guys. So one Reggae boy is currently in front, the other is trailing. Arsenal are seemingly calling out for the ball going out of touch. That was poor clearance, went straight to a Brentford player. Wait, did Ethan Pinnock get that assist, guys? Ethan Pinnock just assisted that goal. It seems as if our Reggae boy has registered his first assist of the Premier League season in his very first game. It was a poor clearance, went straight to Pinnock. He headed it back to his teammate on the edge of the Brentford box, and he shifted it inside on his right to create space for the shooting, to create space to open up the shooting channel. And he found right on the edge of the box, and he found the bottom left-hand corner of the net. Arsenal are behind, guys. Straight talk, is Shamar Nicholson a big fish in a small pool at Charleroi? What do you mean by that, Richard? Elaborate on that one. In terms of, is he a big player in Belgium? Thanks for the compliment, Richard. Really appreciate it. Yeah, man, Brian, we see it, man. And you guys can jump on anytime you guys want to help me cover these 2 games and to talk some ball as well. All right. So we're covering both Reggae boys. Brentford pressing again, winning possession of the football. Antwerp just had an attempt on target from a cross and a header, but it was comfortable for the goalkeeper. Arsenal trying to up the tempo. Good move, however, excellent defending. Excellent defending. Pinnock with a long ball down the down the line on the left-hand side of the pitch. However, didn't find Ivan Toney. Charleroi with the ball. Shot from the Charleroi player. Blocked. It's a penalty for Charleroi, guys. A penalty for Charleroi. A handball. A handball. Guys, hit me in the comment section and let me know how Ethan Pinnock looks to you guys, and also Ivan Toney as well, our potential Reggae boy. How does Ethan Pinnock look to you guys? Hit me in the comment section and let me know. So it's a handball. Arsenal are complaining that the ball went out of touch. However, the replay is showing that the Arsenal player just kept it in. Excellent shot from the Brentford player. Oh no, it's not actually a penalty, you know. It's actually a free kick for Charleroi. It's just outside the penalty box. On the eve of halftime, well, it's about almost 43 minutes gone in that one. 25 minutes into the Brentford Arsenal game. How has Ethan Pinnock look to you guys so far? Pinnock looks good, very calm. Yeah, man, I get that, Richard. But what are you asking, Richard? If he's a very good player in Belgium? What do you mean by is he a big player in Belgium or Charleroi terms? I am paying keen attention to showing Shamar's taking a lot of stick. Shamar is a. Let me tell you the thing with Shamar. The problem with Shamar is his finishing. That is the problem with Shamar. His finishing is not the best. Another attempted ball down the left hand channel, long ball, overhead long ball from Pinnock, looking for Tony, did meet his intended target. Yeah, Shamar Nicholson would be a big player in Belgium if he was just a better finisher. Because his finishing is so poor, I think that's the main issue with Shamar Nicholson. He misses too many sitters. Too many sitters. Even in last week's game, he missed a sitter. Ethan Pinnock with the long throw-in. Intended target, Ivan Toney. Brentford win the first and second ball. Excellent. Ooh. That was a good move from Brentford. Some good link-up play on the edge of the box from Brentford, but shot was, unable to get over the shot and keep it down. Goes flying over the bar. Pinnock looks very technically defensively. Good positioning, yeah, man. Smash the like button, guys. Smash the like button. 2 watch-alongs. Main event, Brentford versus Arsenal side event. Charleroi involving Shamar Nicholson. All right, guys. It's halftime in Charleroi, Belgium. Nicholson's team is trailing to a 38-minute goal. Against the run of play, it must be said. So it's halftime there now in Belgium. We can concentrate a bit more on the Brentford versus Arsenal game. Brentford doing well in terms of pressing Arsenal. Brentford doing well in terms of pressing Arsenal. Brentford playing with 3 at the back. Ethan Pinnock on the left-hand side of the back 3. So I guess they have gone with that particular formation to give themselves numbers in the midfield. Okay, ball in behind. Brentford in a dangerous position right now. Oh, God, him run left the ball, people. Oh, but he still has it. Ooh, shot just dragged just wide. So it was a ball over the top in behind. Arsenal's left fullback was well out of position on that particular play. Arsenal with a promising attack. Heavy first touch. Heavy first touch from the Arsenal player. This is an interesting battle so far. Ivan Toney and about excellent through pass from Ivan Toney. Oh my God. Again, the player making the forward run as him run left the ball. I don't understand that. If he had that correct first touch, he could have even have been through in on goal. A wasted opportunity that for Brentford. Ivan Toney has been dropping into those little pockets of space, receiving the ball and playing his teammates in behind, those making the forward runs. We have seen it on a couple of occasions now from Toney. Ethan Pinnock on the ball now. Look how high up the pitch Ethan Pinnock is. That's how deep Arsenal are sitting on this particular play. But Arsenal and Brentford are able to break down Arsenal in the low block and hence play it backwards all the way to the goalkeeper, who kicks it out, kicks it long. Arsenal win the first and the second ball. Arsenal heading back to Brentford's goal. On the edge of the box, a shot from Nicholas Pepe right on the right hand side of the edge of the box, but goes well wide. Guys, smash the like button, guys. Smash the like buttons. Smash the like button, guys. Excellent, excellent first touch and excellent turn from Ivan Toney. He was looking for the run of the forward run of his teammate, but unfortunately it was not forthcoming. Arsenal again attacking down the right with Nicholas Pepe. Excellent. Well, the first move was brilliant. He couldn't get back well. He got by Ethan Pinnock impressively. Couldn't get by the second defender. And, you know, Ethan Pinnock might have his hands full today with Nicholas Pepe. Ethan Pinnock might have his hands full today with Nicholas Pepe. Smash the like button, guys. We are doing a watch along. A Reggae Boyz watch along. Right? To Brentford versus Arsenal. We're also keeping a close eye on Shamar Nicholson for Charleroi. They're at it's halftime over there in Belgium right now as we speak. Arsenal trying to gain a foothold in this game. Free kick for Arsenal. Just inside the Brentford half. And Brentford playing 5 at the back when they're off the ball. What do I make of the Brentford? What do I make of the standard of this Brentford game compared to in terms of the quality of play, Richard? Well, these are obviously two better teams. These are two better teams going at it. This is a decent game so far. Oh, good work from the what's that? The wing back, Arsenal's right wing back. Is that Tierney over on the right? No, sorry, on the left. Good work from, I'm mixing up myself. Good work from Brentford's wing back. Not Arsenal's wing back. Brentford's wing back. And Tierney is not on the right. He's on the left. Mixing up myself there for a second, guys. All right, so that shot from Arsenal went soaring over the bar. The game the other day though involving Norman Campbell. That was a very entertaining game. That much I would say that was a game. There was a lot of goalmouth action in that game. And because of that, it was a very entertaining game. That much I will say. England manager Gareth Southgate in the out, guys. Saka on the bench for Arsenal. Brentford involved in the high press, trying to press the goalkeeper. But Arsenal managed to evade the press, or the initial line of pressure. Attempted through ball in for the run of the player, making the forward run in behind the Brentford backline, and that through ball was from deep as well. Like he might try for bust a Pogba, but did not reach its intended target. Brentford have pressed, I wouldn't say intensely, but diligently, if that's a word, if that's a right word. And they have been successful in the front press on a number of occasions. They just regained possession of the football in Arsenal's defensive third. Wing back out left, puts a good cross into the box. However, met the head of an Arsenal player out for a throw into Brentford. Yeah, Richard. It is the first game, though, It is a bit even Stevens. And yes, people would say that there should be a gap. There should be, but it is the first game and it is the opening 39 minutes of the game. So let's see. Let's see how this one looks. It's still just 40 minutes into the season just start and but I mean, based on what we saw from Arsenal last season, I mean the latter end of the season they would have put together a decent run, but for most of the season last season, Arsenal was not. I mean, there was a point in time where people were saying that Arsenal might get relegated. Has Arsenal improved their squad much over the transfer window? Hit me in the comment section and let me know, guys. I'm not an Arsenal follower. Richard, has Arsenal improved over the window? I can't think of any marquee signings that Arsenal have made in this transfer window. Not off the top of my head. Remind me if any has taken place. Richard, I'm not a follower of Arsenal per se. Tierney with the ball into the box. However, ends up safely into the hands of the Brentford goalkeeper. Let me check out. Let me hop back over to Charleroi to see if that match is where that match is currently. It's still half time in Charleroi, guys. So the good thing about it is that when this reaches halftime, guys, the Charleroi game will be up and running. Unfortunately for Mr. Nicholson, the goal against Charleroi came against the run of play. Ivan Toney looks like a Premier League player, guys. Both Toney and Ethan Pinnock look like Prem players right now. Ivan Toney looks good. He has had some very good touches of the ball. Ball in behind. Pinnock tracking the run. Excellent tracking from Ethan Pinnock of Smith Rowe. One Jamaican and another player eligible to play for Jamaica right there. So one reggae boy in Ethan Pinnock and another eligible reggae boy in Emil Smith Rowe going toe to toe with each other. Nicholas Pepe looking a bit lively in this one. Richard said, fair comments, formula I'm exercising patience, a slight improvement. England defender Ben White is our biggest guy. Yes, Ben White from Brighton. When you watch these teams like Arsenal, how much do you think of the coach? I know Arsenal fans give. Wait, hold on one sec. Pinnock, not Pinnock rather. Tony was on the ball in the penalty box a while ago. Excellent ball from Tony into the box. Jesus. Ooh. Just barely eluded the Brentford player making the run, trying to get on the end of it. So Tony had played it back a bit more centrally, but he got it back on the edge of the box and put in a decent ball into the, over the Arsenal defensive line. But unfortunately for Brentford, it just eluded the Brentford player making the forward run. Ethan Pinnock with a, keep saying Ethan Pinnock, Ivan Toney with the flick on header. Guys, Charleroi has restarted. The Charleroi game has restarted. Just as this half draws to a close. By the way, guys, I forgot to mention it early in the game. Brentford is attacking from left to right on our screen. And Arsenal is attacking from right to left. Right now, Charleroi is attacking from right to left on our screen. Decent clearance from Ethan Pinnock. Never really got hold of it though. Arsenal have been kind of winning the possession battle in the last couple of minutes. Attempted shot from, I think Pinnock blocked that shot from Pepe a while ago. Was that Pinnock who blocked that shot from Pepe? It appears so. 1 minute of extra time, guys, in this Brentford game. Pinnock looks a bit tired though. He might breathe heavy. But Pinnock has had a decent game. Pinnock has had a decent game. Pinnock has really had a decent game. Can't go around a corner. Both the reggae boy and the potential reggae boy has had a decent game. All right, it's half time. It's half time over there at Brentford. Half time at Brentford. It's the 47th minute for Charleroi now. We're switching over to the Charleroi game involving another Reggae boy. Charleroi defending a set piece. Ball into the box. Charleroi get it away. Antwerp still has it. Trying to switch the play out from left. The left-hand side of Antwerp's attacking third to the right-hand side of Antwerp's attacking third. Guys, hit me in the comment section and let me know. Lockdown or strikers, Pinnock is a beast. Pinnock has had a decent game, man. Both Pinnock and Ivan Toney has had a decent game. So Military Guna is giving Pinnock the stamp of approval. Hold on 1 second. Nicholson with some hold up play in for Charleroi. Sends it out wide, makes the run into the box. However, the cross into the box did not meet its intended target. Nicholson with some good hold up play for Charleroi. Charleroi still trailing in that game 1-0. Guys, smash the like button. 30 people now on the live. Smash the like button. Thanks for being here. We are doing watch alongs to the main event is Brentford versus Arsenal. The side event is Charleroi versus Antwerp in the Pro League. So Military Guna is giving Pinnock the stamp of approval against his club. Lockdown or strikers. Taylor, what's happening, man?
Hold on. Let me sort out my audio. Yeah. I'm here watching the games, man. I'm here watching the
What, ga-
games. Formula. Can you
what
hear me?
games are watching? Yeah, man, I'm hearing you loud and clear, man. What games are watching?
I'm watching the Brentford game. Pinnock looks really good.
Yeah,
Yeah. It looks solid. I have to say, it looks really solid.
yeah,
Really solid. I have to give him his props. He doesn't look. He doesn't. I don't see one shakiness in him game.
yeah. It
Are you
is
a
the
Ars-
first game.
Are you a Arsenal fan?
No, man, I'm doing is a Reggae Boys watch along. So I do that in terms of I do watch alongs to Reggae Boys playing all over the place. So right now as we
Okay.
speak, I also have eyes on Shamar Nicholson for Charleroi. As a matter of
Okay.
fact, he's on
Okay.
the ball right now.
Okay. So you're tracking
Mhm.
Shamar to see if he's gonna improve for the qualifiers.
Oh God.
Yeah.
He
Smith
doesn't look
Rowe.
too bad though, to be fair.
Yeah, Smith Rowe looks
Nicholson.
good too. He looks deadly. Whew.
Yeah, Smith Rowe had a good game.
He had a good game. He had a good game. It's Pinnock was a standout. You heard how they said like 6 years ago he was playing in a some kind of bush league
Yeah,
where
yeah. I don't think he was a professional 6 years ago.
yeah, he wasn't to now. So this guy that showed you that he probably improved every year at a
Yeah,
faster rate. A lot of players for him to
yeah,
get here now, right?
yeah, yeah.
Yes. And you've been tracking Ravel too, right? So you're gonna track Ravel tomorrow.
Yes, man. I more than likely will do a watch along to Ravel Morrison tomorrow. And
Hmm.
also, I did a watch along to his game the other day when he scored the Rocket.
Oh God, that was
The whole
beautiful,
stream
right?
lift up. The whole stream lift up.
Yeah, I was watching you and you said something like, I don't remember. You said something, but I thought that was cool. That the way how you explain it, it actually explained the feeling of what me feel when me see him kick it. Like it just
Yeah,
that was a torpedo, brother. Like,
yeah,
and the thing formula that was such a big goal for Ravel because I was saying that Ravel don't have a lot of chances to fail like a lot of people.
yeah,
If Ravel went out there that first game and Ravel just made a mess of himself. People that say him no good. Wayne Rooney is doing the wrong thing. That club is going in the wrong direction. But Wayne Rooney basically put his career on the line, bringing in Ravel Morris. I think so. I think both of them are basically in the same boat in a way.
Mm.
What do you think?
That's a good point, but I understand why you say that. But I
Mm.
actually think that right now we kind of desperately needed Ravel Morrissey in terms
I
of what
agree with you, Formula. I
Morrissey
agree with
brings.
you. I agree. I'm coming from the perspective of the fans outside
Yeah,
who you get what I mean?
yeah, man,
People
I
are saying,
understand totally.
yeah, yeah. I think
I
Ravel
get
is
you totally.
perfect for that team.
Yeah, man,
Formula. He's
and
perfect for
it's
that
a
team.
perfect scenario for him to shine as well, I believe.
Perfect. Big up yourself, Tennessee Lewis. Yeah, why is it perfect as well? I think Derby can do big things this season. Whenever you see a team is set up like that, if it works out, it tends to turn out very well. It's kind of that Cinderella story where people have no expectation of you. You
Mm-hmm.
just keep proving them wrong because
Yeah,
Derby County started a lot of youth players, younger players. The last game, they will have to address their defense though. I think the
yeah.
defense, that defense can go anywhere. Mad respect. Taylor and Formula Pinnock is the man. Yeah,
Big up
he's
Tennessee. Thanks for the super chat, Tennessee. Much appreciated, boss.
big up yourself, Tennessee. Pinnock is short. Listen to me. But I watched this team in preseason, and I think that
Brentford.
I think they're gonna upset a lot of people this season.
Brentford.
Yes, I think so. I can hang my hat on that formula and hear me out
Mm-hmm.
on this.
Mm-hmm.
They high press a lot, and if you
Yeah.
look at the top three players that they have up front, any one of those players can hurt you.
Fair point.
And I feel like because what is the guy with the I keep forgetting his name, the one with the beard, the striker.
His name starts with B, if memory serves right. I keep forgetting his name too. For the life of me, I can't remember his name, but I know we are talking.
Yeah,
He hit the post in the first half, if memory serves
yes,
right.
yes. All right, I think him with Tony, um, and then there's a Danish player. What is this guy from North Zealand? Yeah, that black guy. I don't know if
Mm-hmm.
it's. Yeah, he's from Denmark. This guy's name is so hard to keep track of everybody's
Yes,
name, brother.
yes. But I know you're talking. I
So,
know you're talking.
Formula. What I noticed with this team is because to me, Ivan Tony is just a better version of Jamal Lowe. His style of play, he's a more frisky and a more clicky and a more clinical player for Jamal Lowe. But they have similarities the way they move off the ball. But he's more frisky and he's a more clicky player, and he's very good at he knows where his teammates are before he gets the ball. And I spoke
Tony.
about this. Yeah,
Tony. Yeah, that's an excellent observation.
yeah.
Excellent observation.
Yeah, and I think he would do Jamaica very well if we had him because the area that he's taking up this area of the field where he's coming out of midfield in a way, but when they're on the attack, he's a striker
Hmm.
in a way. So he's playing this role where I think the coach as well give him a lot of flexibility based on his position. Would you say that?
I see your point. I see your point. He is playing a role in terms of coming a bit deeper and
Hmm.
finding some pockets of space and looking for runs of players around him
All right, all
and
right.
making those final runs into the box to get on the end of anything coming in the box. So yeah, man,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think Brentford have an amazing coach as well. I think Brentford has an amazing coach.
he's
Um,
a good coach.
I'm watching what they're doing, and even when I look at the sideline, I could see they're using a lot of computer analysis, and maybe
They're very stats orientated, Taylor.
yeah, I see that. I was
Brentford.
like, okay, but I love that because what Brentford did, I was like, oh my God, could Jamaica do this for 5 seconds in one game? Where the back line, when they had Arsenal pinned, this is what I spoke about the other night. The defenders closed off, so they came up
One
so
second,
high.
Taylor. 1 second, Taylor. Charleroi has equalized, guys.
Mm.
Shamar Nicholson with the assist. Charleroi has equalized, guys. Boyz and Nicholson with the assist. It's 1-1, guys, in Belgium. It is 1-1 in Belgium. Let me read out the super chat quick and fast. Jermaine, thanks for the super chat. Much appreciated. Back three, Pinnock, low more. Defense Ministry. All right, my boss. So again, it was that what happened is that the ball kind of there was a cross into the box. It the defender, the Antwerp defender tried to clear it, but it went up into the air and both Nicholson and the goalkeeper went for it. It came off Nicholson last though. It hit off the goalkeeper first though and came off Nicholson last. And then went to his teammate who fired it into the back of the net. I don't know if that would be initially. I thought Nicholson like won the aerial duel, but I don't know if they'll give Nicholson the assist on that one. 1-1, big up boss. Yeah man Taylor, sorry to cut you. Just had to
No
let the
man.
viewers know that
Yeah,
Charleroi had equalized.
yeah, man. You have to handle business, man. Big up, and I'm also big up one in the chat. Just enter the chat. Jermaine Swaby, all those guys always making amazing points when it comes to football.
Yeah man, Pinnock make an assist to drastic. That's so true. The goal was assisted by Pinnock.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So yeah, I was saying something as in regards where this is where this is where Jamaica not having a cutting edge coach like this coach where we're not going we're not going to do this. I'm just using an example based on the
Yeah
game
man, no
that
problem,
I'm
no
watching.
problem.
So don't I'm not coming to stir up anything. No worry yourself.
Yeah man, me know man.
What he did was he brought up the defense. Like I wanted to say, so I wanted to just link this to Jamaica in the Gold
Mhm.
Cup. If I was coaching Jamaica in the Gold Cup, knowing that we don't have a good midfield, every game my defenders would have to play higher to close the
Mm,
gap between striker and midfielder, to clog that area. So where
mm,
the game comes down to physicality, and the other team is gonna have to beat us on speed or long
mm,
ball. It-
mm.
But Jamaica constantly kept our defenders deep and
Deep,
allowed teams
yeah,
to play in the
yeah,
midfield, knowing that we don't have midfield play.
yeah.
Right now, if you look at Brentford just look like they're attacking from defense to forward. It's because their defenders are so high where the midfielders are not. They don't have to do all that utility work that midfielders do. It's one touch in the middle and the ball is up front already. Look how Brentford attack.
Mm.
It's not a lot of passing in the midfield.
Yeah,
Farm.
they're moving it very quickly through the respective thirds.
How you do that is by cutting the field shorter, by having your defenders play higher. So you're not starting so deep. So it only takes one or two passes to get the ball to your strikers.
Yeah,
And
that's
and
a good
and, and I
point.
and I noticed that they're doing that because I think they realize that Arsenal has more technical, better players on the football.
Definitely.
So to minimize that, he's keeping his defenders very high. So Arsenal has to get it to Smith Rowe, and then they're trying to hit it to Pepe out wide to get anything. That's the Arsenal is getting no midfield play right now because that midfield Brentford gets it, and before Arsenal gets it, their a defender is there. They're getting no chance to build up their play. And this is where a cutting edge coach comes in. Eventually, I said, okay, no, the how Arsenal shapes up in the second half will tell you how Arsenal season is gonna go. It's gonna base
Mm.
on the coach.
You're an
How does
Arsenal fan, JT.
no? I'm a Liverpool fan.
Oh, you're a Liverpool fan. Okay.
Yeah, I'm a Liverpool fan. I used to love um Arsenal when they had Thierry Henry just because of the
Mhm.
style of play. It was just if you love football, you had to
Yeah,
enjoy
yeah, yeah.
seeing
For
that on your
sure.
television.
For sure. For sure.
We were witnessing history. Like that was a
Yeah,
moment of history. Thierry Henry to me is one of the greatest strikers, the most clinical strikers in football ever.
yeah.
So yeah, Jermaine Swaby said, yeah, I saw that with Hector and Lowe on the field together. So this is where we go on Swaby, this is where people will beat, with Hector being on the field alone is a problem, but they don't really understand the strategy. But to get that type of thing done, because our defense is very good, we can
Yeah,
bash,
man.
when it's time to beat Jamaica, we beat them. But I'm gonna tell you that Jamaica has a really good defense. But
Yeah,
one thing I know is we can't draw our way into the World Cup. So this
yeah,
is why I don't focus so much on the defense, because you can have a good defense, and just like in the Guadeloupe game where they had a goal by accident, the goal went in. You're gonna have to come from behind, so you're gonna have to figure out where to get goals.
yeah,
So I'm more concerned about when you're down and team is trying to hold ball position, how you get how you get goals.
yeah. No, it's a legitimate concern with the midfield that we have. I mean, we understand that we're gonna have an upgrade in personnel with Ravel and Kevin Stewart on their way, but we still have to have the concern because we have not seen how it looks as yet.
Yeah, yeah,
All we
yeah,
know
yeah.
is that we have problems in the middle of the park right now.
I think I think for me, Ravel solves 70% of our midfield problem.
But I would give him 100%.
You see, me never want them the people them
Trust
get
me.
too crazy. So me give him
Me,
70. Me
me
want to say
make them
100,
get
but
crazy. Me make them get crazy.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I think Ravel solved most of that. Did you watch the Derby County game? Like people are saying, when I said, my friend, lot of that game had to do with Wayne Rooney as well. Wayne
Yep.
Rooney
By the way,
showed.
1 second. One hold your point, JT. The game with Brentford has restarted. So just wanted to let you guys know that. Yeah, man. Go ahead, Taylor.
Yeah, th- I think Wayne Rooney showed that he will potentially be a good coach, because
Yeah, I agree. I
uh,
agree.
people didn't want to agree with me, but I tell people this, guys. When I come onto these platforms to speak about football, I don't come on here to speak on football so we can agree.
Your point.
Because as my grandfather told me, he said, if you're in a room with 10 people and everybody agree with you, you're doing something wrong. You're kissing
Yeah,
ass.
yeah,
We're gonna disagree formula. We
yeah,
have to. You're seeing something else, because it's just the mind works differently.
yeah.
Wayne Rooney, the way Wayne Rooney utilized Ravel Morrison tells
Yeah,
me that
man.
Wayne Rooney
I was
understands
gonna do a
football.
video on it, I was gonna do a video on it Taylor, talking about how Wayne Rooney utilizes Ravel and that Tapper should take a page out of Wayne Rooney's book.
What Wayne Rooney saw, that was Salford was winning those 50-50 ball with Elliott up front. With those long balls, he was just destroying the defenders with the headers. What that was doing now was,
Yeah,
so
he's a big, strong centre forward guy.
big Elliott.
Yeah, man.
So what Wayne Rooney realized was, I need ball possession, and I
Yep.
need we're not gonna play any more 50-50 ball. But he's thinking, I can't have Ravel playing so high up where
Yeah.
he's not on the football. One
To
of
be
the
able to
time Ravel was
control and
almost in a
dictate.
center back position, like a
Yeah,
center. People didn't even
yeah.
notice that Ravel
Came
was
very deep for the ball to get on the ball, just so Ravel could be on the ball to control and dictate.
just to control and dictate. And another thing, formula, where people don't see, those tiny little passes that Ravel makes.
Simple but effective.
Wayne Rooney said something interesting, and I was like, damn, all right, I'm seeing the right thing and I'm thinking correctly. Wayne
Mm-hmm.
Rooney says, when Ravel has the ball like that, he baits you. He baits you in where you feel like you could come in and win the ball and break down
Yeah.
the shape of your team.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Because
Uh,
that way he's moving players out of position and creating space
yes,
in
yes.
behind the player. And
He's making the game easy.
you see the thing about it, Taylor, he's running into those spaces for the return ball.
He's he always gives you an option when he gives you the
Yep,
ball. He
yep,
always gives you an option. And I think
yeah.
that's what players like Speedy lack and or like a Daniel Johnson. Um they they i- they lack that. They lack that just natural thing that Ravel has. I think and I
Mm-hmm.
think that's what the coach at Manchester United saw in Ravel. He's realizing that I have to beat this in certain players' head for them to know that this is what they're supposed to do. Ravel does this instinctively. It's
Yeah, yeah.
natural.
Ingrained in him from his United days.
And you know that Ravel and watching Ravel now, he also simplified his game a lot. He
Yeah,
simplifies game a lot. But
he
I
used to
would
hold on to
want to
the ball
see
a lot.
Yeah, I want to see him being a more. I think with his confidence, I think I want to see him a little bit more aggressive though, because of his talent. And when he just tries anything, he just looks amazing doing it. He just walks past players, and I
Mm-hmm.
think we would love that. I would want him to be a little bit more aggressive, especially when he's playing for Jamaica. I would want him to be a little bit more aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
But I can't, I mean, look, Ravel Mars right now as it stands is gonna be a very effective player for Jamaica, man. Very, very effective
Yeah.
player for Jamaica, man.
Best thing since bun and cheese.
Yeah, man. Trust me. Trust me.
Yeah, man.
Trust me.
Ravel is what Jamaica has been missing for decades. And he's finally here. He's finally here.
Yeah.
And I love his commitment to Jamaica as well.
Yeah,
I
man.
love his commitment to Jamaica as well. Because that is my only problem right now with Pinnock is I'm not sure about Pinnock's commitment to Jamaica
Because he
so much.
opted out of the Gold Cup.
Yeah, and I think I think
All right. Taylor having some problems with him internet. Arsenal in transition now. Multiple players around the multiple Brentford players surrounded him. Emil Smith Rowe again looking dangerous. All right, it's still 1-1 in Belgium, and it's still 1-0 in England. Emil Smith Rowe again looking dangerous. Yeah, man, Taylor.
yeah, yes. So what point were we on when I got cut off?
You
Was
were
it
talking about Ravel, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. Yeah, I think we were talking about Ravel. So yeah, wanting him to be a little bit. Oh, we're talking about Pinnock and
Pinnock,
how
yes, you're right. Pinnock,
uh,
and his commitment.
his commitment. But learning even today where he's coming from as a player like that, I think what he's probably trying to do is solidify himself as a Premiership elite defender. I think
Mm,
that's something maybe be high on his list of things to accomplish.
yeah.
So I can't blame him for that. Jamaica, he knows he's gonna have opportunities to play for Jamaica, but this is his first taste of Premier League football. I think this probably means the world to him.
No, it has to. It has to. It's right now, this is the biggest game of his career.
Hmm.
No doubt about. And in the Gold Cup, people were saying, Loan and Moore's partnership, was so good. Pinnock not stand a chance, but right now with Pinnock's performance in the biggest league in the world, if he keeps this up, you know, if he
Mm.
keeps this up, Tapper might have a real headache. He might well have to go with a back three.
Yeah. But is
My only
Brentford?
issue, my
Mm.
only issue though, Taylor, with the back three is the lack of depth in terms of if anything happens to one of the three centre backs. I mean,
But
he's centre
we
and the
just have to
other back
rotate. We
bench.
just have to rotate back to that. Then we have to have a backup formation to be able to go back to where we feel secure if one of those three goes down.
But that's the thing, though. I don't. I don't know. I just yes, I see a point, but I mean it's a good point. It's a good point. I just and another issue that I have with the back three too is I don't think it's best for Leon Bailey in terms of getting the best out of Leon Bailey for Jamaica.
My problem is right now I don't want to see a situation where Damian Lowe is getting benched
Yeah,
as a player who made the CONCACAF 11 for the Gold Cup. I think
agreed.
I think he's earned I think he's earned his stripes.
Yeah,
Um, so I don't want that, and I think we're gonna have a headache on our hands here. I think we have a potential headache here, Formula, with this situation.
I would keep Pinnock on the bench. I would keep
Yeah,
Pinnock on the bench. I don't see Tapa doing a change in formation.
yeah.
He's
I
gonna.
also I agree with you. I agree with you full time. I agree with you, Formula.
I
And
just don't see him changing it right now.
I agree with you, but even after watching Pinnock play tonight, I'm like, Jesus, can we really bench this guy? That's another
Yeah,
problem.
yeah,
Can we
yeah.
can we bench the guy? This is the issue right now. Can we really bench Pinnock? He showed me enough today, bro. He showed me enough the way he passes the ball out of the back. Um, and
His
Arsenal,
positioning has been good.
yeah, I think Arsenal doesn't have a good coach. I'm
You're
just
not
I'm
an
not.
Arteta fan.
It's not
Most people
that.
aren't.
You see, sometimes when you look at a coach on the sideline, you can't even check the temperature of the coach to tell the composure of the team. You ever thought about
Mm,
that when you look at the Italian coach? Like he took some time before he start coaching because he know the boys got this for till I need to start making adjustment. I just feel like the Arsenal coach from the whistle, he just look he just look like he not sure if it'll go work out.
just his body language.
Yeah, his body language scares me. He look frightened.
Mm,
And you're playing against a first time a Brentford right now who's in the Premiership, who just entered the Premiership. You should be going into this game feeling like you're Arsenal. Another day at
yeah,
the office.
yeah. No, that has always been a criticism of coaches, right? That people when they look at them on the sideline, they want to get the vibe as if the coach knows exactly what he's doing.
And Wayne Rooney has that in his young
Yep.
coaching. Wayne Rooney didn't look flustered one bit, even
Yeah.
when they won 2 goals.
Yeah. Wayne Rooney, I think I've seen Derby County rather. I've seen them twice so far. I saw them against Manchester United, and I saw them in the cup game against Salford. And I think Wayne Rooney is a decent coach.
I think he's a pretty good coach as well. I watched them all preseason. The moment Ravel entered that club, I started following them. I
Yeah, yeah.
tracking them like GPS. Ravel, I'm a baller. Like, so I have to see what he's doing. Arsenal needs a striker. They need a striker who's gonna demand respect.
Yeah,
I don't know who that guy is. I don't see him on the field. I don't see the player from Arsenal other than Smith Rowe right now where I say I have to respect him. I don't see that.
they need a striker who can be dominant in the final third, in particular the penalty box.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
don't really have that guy right now.
They don't have that guy. They need that guy. They need that guy. Like
I think there are a number of problems with Arsenal. I think there are a number of problems with Arsenal. I don't think it's just the strike force. I think they have midfield problems as well. They have Brentford under some sustained pressure though so far in the second half.
yeah. Because Arsenal is also playing very high now.
Yeah,
Arsenal is doing what Brentford did the first half.
yeah,
So
yeah,
the coach adjusted. Can you see the ball that the defender had to chase how high he was?
yeah.
So if you look at their build up.
And they are utilizing the front press more now in a more effective manner.
Mm-hmm. But
Tackles on the field, guys.
if Brentford can sustain, can hold them
By the
off
way, you
back.
see that reaction Taylor where Saka just get?
No, what happened?
Yeah, man, they were clapping him, man, applauding him. And banners were in the stands, Beast fans against racism.
Okay, okay, yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah.
good. Where you saying now, boss?
Yeah, someone I was actually reading that comment. I said, why should Ethan Pinnock bench? Because him born in England, the best 11 should out there on the team.
No, man, hold on. Let me, because it's actually the match I have on my screen. Chris, we're not saying that, Chris. We're not saying that at all, Chris. What we're saying is that the Damian Lowe and Liam Moore partnership at the Gold Cup was solid as a rock.
Yeah.
It was solid. And because of that, yeah, especially the chemistry built over those couple of games between those two and their performances together, you really it's really difficult. You find it difficult to really break up something like that.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. Chris, if you notice also what we said is it's gonna be a headache for the coach. So if we didn't thought that Pinnock was a potential starter, there would be no headaches. We would
Exactly.
he would have just come in and hold him seat on the bench. We're
Exactly.
saying that we have three potential good starter at centre back, and how do you solve this? That's what we're trying to say here.
Yeah. Yeah. I think Pinnock will bench. I think he will because I don't see Tapa moving to a back three. And I especially when he didn't have games to work it out. And I don't see him breaking up the Damian Lowe partnership with Moore either.
Yeah, and I think Formula Topper Whitmore has 3 games. Tapa has 3 games. Those first 3 games will determine how long he's the coach for Jamaica.
Yep.
I, I,
Yep.
I I strongly believe that no way fans are sitting in Jamaica with 0 points after 3 games, and we still rallying behind Tapa Whitmore.
Yeah, no, everyone is after wagon at that point.
Jamaican people forget things quickly, so make people
Yeah,
stay
man.
there. So Tapa, you have 3 games. Do the right thing. We at least need 2 points from the. I'm saying worst case scenario formula is 2 points from those 3 games.
Worst case, and even
Wor-
that wouldn't be ideal.
And that wouldn't be ideal, but that gives you a platform of not losing as much. You're not really losing.
Yeah. By the way,
S-
Shamar Nicholson just missed. I mean, he was under some pressure to be fair, but he could have done better.
Yeah, man. We're starting to become used to Shamar Nicholson making a mess of things out there. I think this
He
is
hasn't
just.
been playing badly though, to be fair to him, but again, the finishing
Yeah,
could
he
have been
doesn't play bad, He doesn't play bad till he gets the ball to score.
better.
It's not a bad player. Uh,
Wait, hold on. Ooh, him,
I'm gonna put on him goal scoring boot, bro.
man, I still what's happening, man.
Yeah, I'm there in fun. I watch 2 games, but me just me there tune in on the stream, but me there watch what me Manny's man they have a stream I go on about the Premier League, so I normally like chime in on that. So me there give
Oh,
him
you mean the Jamaican Premier League
yeah.
preview? Me know that, yeah, man. Me know it, man. Good show.
I could never, yeah, I couldn't burn up my stream right now. I watch Shamar Nicholson miss goals. Can't burn out, I burn out data with them thing there.
Yes, I think I think Shamar Nicholson has the potential to become a double-digit goal scorer season in a top 5 league in Europe. It's just his finishing though has to come leaps and bounds for him to do that.
You know, what's interesting about Arsenal looks like they're picking up steam a bit.
Yeah, Brentford have been hard pressed to have a period of sustained possession.
Fam, like we say, Pinnock can't make the back line.
Is that
No,
your
me
audio
not.
playing?
Whose
I'm
audio?
I'm hearing. I'm just wondering.
Me not hear it again. But
It's
yeah,
mine for me.
no, me not say Pinnock can't make it, Brian. I'm just saying I don't see hold on, a deflected shot from Tyranny into the side netting.
Yeah, but the ball clear now still. Brentford in a position.
Yeah, your stream is a bit ahead of mine. Yeah, man, me nah say man them a go break up the I'm not saying that Pinnock can't start. I'm just saying I don't see Tapper moving to a
Formula,
back.
hold on, yo, Dre anyway, that Dre. A Pinnock have to get a penalty if score, brother. If that now help a fantasy team, brother.
I
Oh
think
yeah,
Arsenal is playing too small. Their lineup is too small. They need a giant on the field. I think every successful team have that one player
that can be good on set pieces.
Yeah,
But
they don't
Formula,
have that. They don't have that.
you know what the interesting thing is? All right.
Whoa,
What
that is
if
amazing.
Pinnock play? Because I think he may play like 3 games before the playoff, before the qualifier. He probably play a league and 2 league and a cup. Yeah, what if he play them 3 games? They're impressive. Remember, they alone not playing a ball now, you know. And what if more play 1 game already still? Probably gonna play next 2 before the thing. And him also impressive. But then you're gonna end up with 3 good centre backs and one of them not playing.
Brentford did a shot on Arsenal goal a while ago.
Good tackle that by Pinnock.
My lord. Good evening, gents. Can you hear me?
Yes, man, we're hearing you, Richard. What's happening, man? Is this Richard Stewart?
Yeah, man, speaking. Tiddlywinks.
Oh, Tiddlywinks in the house. What's happening, Tiddlywinks?
My lord, you tell me what a bag of trouble. Listen,
I'm gonna play 3 at the back.
Richard, Brian asking if you think we're going to play 3 at the back.
I might be the wrong person to ask about any formations at this moment in time. I'm an Arsenal fan. I don't care what formation Arsenal are up against. They should not be losing 1-0 to Brentford, the newbies to the Premier League. This is a disgrace.
Well, they do. I mean, they're chasing the game, and they're not doing badly at it so far. I still think it's the first game, so I mean, I know Arsenal fans are going to go in on their team, but
Big man, here's my question. You seem very diplomatic, and I salute you, sir. Formula and fellow panelists, which job do you think is the harder job at this moment in time? Being the manager of Arsenal FC as Arteta is, or has Tapper Whitmore got a tougher challenge with the prospective World Cup squad lineup?
No, I think being Arsenal's manager will always be tougher because there are more eyes on that particular job. In terms of, it's only really Jamaican fans follow the national team, whereas Arsenal is tens of millions of people around the world. So it's more pressure because it's more eyes. And there's a lot of at stake for both as well, but I think it's just the bigger platform is what would, put more pressure on Arteta than Tapper. That's my personal opinion. I don't know if the other panelists agree or disagree.
Yeah, and Arteta now have the they call it now. The whole heap of negligence to deal with too. Man, people do the job and get the things started out. Him not worry about administrative problem or player availability and some of the local politics them and even though politics everywhere still, but probably him have less to do.
It's probably much more amplified out here. Because I mean, at Arsenal they're not gonna allow politics to get in the way of what's best for the team. I don't think in a very professional environment like that. Soccer has had a positive influence on this game since coming on. Ethan Pinnock was on the ball a while ago. Ethan Pinnock, good positioning again from Pinnock.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Richard. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that I'm looking forward to this season ahead. I mean, the World Cup qualifiers are imminent, but on the face of it, Tapa has got a real challenge on his hands. He's going to be almost spoilt for choice, but there are going to be some surefire starters, and Pinnock and even Tony. Surely they're going to be Mexico plane bound. What say you?
Well, even if Ivan Tony has not committed to the Reggae Boyz, you know. Ivan Tony has not committed to the Reggae Boyz as yet.
Ah, key.
So he's a prospective reggae boy. He's not a Pinnock is a reggae boy, but Ivan Tony is a prospective reggae boy. I think Brentford definitely have to have a period of possession here because the pressure is building. And while Brentford from a defensive standpoint are, remaining resolute, the pressure is building. They definitely have to try and relieve this pressure in some way, shape, or form.
Right now, as an Arsenal fan, I take a point right now. The pressure should be building. It absolutely should be building. The problem is, I think arguably the hardest thing in football is to put the ball in the back of the net. Brentford have done that on the solitary occasion. That could prove to be enough.
I wouldn't rule out it.
Brentford with a second.
Brentford get a second goal? My God, man, spoiler alert from Brian. Brian, why you do that to him, man? Brian, we know about that spoiler alert something there already, Brian. Pinnock with an excellent turn. Way back me there, Was it a counter, Brian?
Goal by Brentford.
No, set play. Yo, a corner. Look at a corner, brother.
It's a goal. It's a goal.
From when Pinnock carry the ball, go up half line and get a throw, brother.
Oh God, Brian, I did myself. Yo, my stream way behind, man. My stream way behind.
Yeah.
This team, I told you, Formula, this team is going to upset a few clubs this season.
So they won the ball with, they were high pressing and they won the ball.
Yeah, but say, it look like my boy, they hold the keeper still, Or him tangle him up somewhere, Just again.
Well, I know me not see the goal yet, so I still await on it.
Yeah, he basically hold the keeper. He pinned the keeper.
Yeah, but the keeper like him there hold on him too. So that's why I wonder if.
No, you can't do that to the keeper though. Like that's not. Yeah, them have to go fix that in a football. You can't do that.
When I play with no tiddlywinks business here, has the goal been given? Has it been accepted by the referee and the VAR?
Yeah, man, them give it.
We not mess around. We not mess around.
I want to know where that tiddlywinks start to come about. Come here frequently,
That is strange. That is strange.
If you give me the history on that thought,
So now in football, you're allowed to impede. You're allowed to impede on the goalie then. In the goal on set pieces and throw-ins and corners.
Yeah, but in all fairness,
by the way, guys, hold on 1 second, Brian. All right, got you. So it
So
was
in
a,
all fairness, the keeper they hold him.
I think, I mean, look, would it have affected the play though? Would the
It would
keeper?
affected the keeper was out of position because the
Yeah,
guy
but he wasn't anywhere near the ball on any one of the occasions. He would not have.
But you can't hold the keeper like that, formula.
Him wasn't holding him though. He was more shielding him away from the. Him did kind of hold him for true from a different angle.
If you can do that to the keeper, then it's strange, bro. That's the goalkeeper. That's the
Yeah,
goal.
yeah.
Was there any protests from the Arsenal players, from the manager?
I don't think so.
I was watching a watch along from America with some Arsenal fans watching in a bar. I'm sure that they're drowning their sorrows even more deeply as we speak. They'll probably be
Hold on.
silent. This is a shocker.
Richard,
Yes,
one
sir.
second, Richard. Shamar
Yes, sir.
Nicholson just hit the post from about 5 yards out.
That's not nothing new. Nothing new there.
Oh Lord have mercy.
Another miss.
And I like to put the boot in on this Shamar Nicholson, you know. I wish he could do himself some favors. What's the best thing you can say about Shamar Nicholson? Give me 2 good positive points about this man, please.
He's very good aerially, and he is a decent player he's a well-rounded player. He has a little bit of everything in his game. So those are 2
What
positive.
happened to that goalkeeper will be a discussion after this game. I promise you.
No doubt.
That has to be. There's you're gonna open the door for players now to basically just hold on the goalkeeper and head in the ball. Like, then this is what football is now. We used to say the goalkeeper, right? The goalkeeper have a space, an area where you can't really impede on the goalkeeper's progress towards the ball. If that wasn't obvious, nothing else is. I think they will have to discuss this. And I look
point from Neil Sovereign. Neil, big up, boss.
Yeah,
That's
you see
an
that?
excellent point.
You say look like a pick and roll. Exactly.
That's exactly what was going through my mind.
It's not basketball.
That's exactly what was going through my mind, Neil. You hit the nail on the head with that one. Big up, Neil. Dre, my brother, what's happening? We still need to go check out the fantasy football thing there, you know. Sorry, guys, if I've not been paying much attention to the comment section. I'm very occupied right now with 2 streams.
Watching Shamar Nicholson getting subbed.
This game,
Shamar Nicholson. Let me just say this to you, formula. Let me just clear this up with Shamar Nicholson. No, Shamar Nicholson is putting himself in a position as to where, if he gets called up for Jamaica, he's gonna be the next Michael Hector. Shamar Nicholson is starting to become Michael Hector, that player where people are like, why is he in the team? No, I'm telling you, he's not doing himself any justice. And I understand he might not be on form right now, and players do have times when they're low on form, but Shamar Nicholson, you don't want to become Michael Hector. I think Michael Hector has taken that position for himself, and he has done very well. I don't know how Shamar Nicholson will deal with that, but I think Michael Hector dealt with that pretty well. Maybe because he's not in Jamaica, or he's not a yardman per se. He kind of just don't really look at it. But I don't know how personal Shamar Nicholson will take these pushbacks from fans after seeing him, because I don't think Shamar Nicholson should get a call up for the first 3 games. I think he needs a lot more time to prove himself to actually be in the team.
You know, Richard asked me about 2 good things with Nicholson. I'll give you a third though, Richard. Shamar Nicholson is very good from the standpoint of he will always get chances. Getting himself in good goal scoring chances or good goal scoring positions is never an issue with Nicholson. The problem is finishing. It is a serious problem for Shamar. a very serious problem. It is a very serious problem.
What's his history like? Has it always been the case?
Yes, man. Always
Yes.
has been.
He scores the impossible goal and he just
Yeah.
misses the one where the
The
goal is
sitter.
open. Yeah. Is that player that gives you that one moment of brilliance that just kind of solve all the misses that he missed, but he hasn't been scoring. So it's just everything is piling up basically.
I'm going to
And
ask. I'm going to ask all the panelists pointedly. Would you put Shamar Nicholson, in your opinion, on the Jamaican squad?
ooh, that's a tough one. I think
I wouldn't. From what I've seen, I wouldn't. But persuade me otherwise. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah.
he is
Shamar
just out
Nicholson.
for me.
Yeah. Shamar Nicholson would be watching from home for me. He would
Brian, what do you think?
get some popcorn and some orange juice and just go and watch
Um,
it.
from the players available,
Yeah,
more
Roof,
like
Yes.
you would bring six
Roof,
forwards. They would bring
Antonio.
Forberg, Antonio, Roof, Jamal Lowe.
Andre Gray.
I'm not bring Gray, brother. I'm not bring Gray for though.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Yes, right. Big up, boss. Big up. Thanks for being
would
here.
make it.
Karoon, big up.
Yo,
Rabs,
Nicholson would have make it, brother.
you think
Would
so?
have squeeze in. If a 6 year bring him, would have squeeze in.
By the way, just to update you guys on Belgium, the match is finished. It's 1-1. Nicholson got a sitter late in the game and to win it for Charleroi and hit the post. So,
Brother, right now, Gray out to be loaned out to sold to West Brom, I mean, brother. And I think Gray go feature that in the Premier League either.
is he above Nicholson in the pecking order?
I think Nicholson will be out of Belgium after this season.
Boyz are got there still, so either come LRI what time they on the plane.
I wouldn't be surprised. Why you say Boyz will be out of Belgium at the end of the season?
You can't have players missing sitters in late. How often he does what he does, what he did today, he's got to determine if he stays. If he keeps up this kind of performance, would you keep him in Belgium?
Let me tell you what the problem with Nicholson is, right? I'm gonna lay it bare, right? And 40 odd people on the live. Thanks for being here. Run up the like, smash the like button, guys. Helps us. It's a free and easy way to support the channel. I'll sum it up with Nicholson, right? Last season, Nicholson, according to SofaScore, a very credible source of statistics. According to SofaScore last season, Nicholson in the Belgian Pro League missed about 14 clear goal scoring opportunities in 30 2 games, 30 something games. Like I think it was like 32 games, right? So basically, he misses a sitter according to SofaScore every 2 games. I think it's more than that though, and I'll tell you why. SofaScore's definition of a big chance missed is a very incredibly narrow definition. From my observation of SofaScore, their definition of a big chance missed is an incredibly narrow definition of a big chance. In terms of even in the game in the Gold Cup where he missed a couple, it was against Guadeloupe if memory serves me right. SofaScore had it in that game now. Shamar Nicholson missed about 4 easy chances, in that game, And SofaScore said the man only missed 1, had only 1 big chance missed in that game when Nicholson had about like 4.
You want me give you a big news break right now? Something with enough people now go like in the chat formula.
Mm-hmm.
You ready for me drop a bomb?
Mm-hmm.
Dwayne Atkinson would be in the squad for me.
Eh?
Yeah.
He's doing well. Doing this year.
Doing I can see, because if
I've
he's
watched
playing out
Cavaliers.
left, if he's playing out left, who is his competition in the squad? We're talking about Blair Turgott, right? I would leave Blair Turgott out and bring Dwayne Atkinson.
Really? You'd leave Turgot out?
I would leave Blair Turgott. He showed us his potential. Did he show you that he's a like he's a player that's gonna do better than what he did in the Gold Cup?
I don't think he had a bad Gold Cup though.
I think we need two local based players in the Jamaican squad for this World Cup qualifier.
Why? Just to have two of them for
Not just no. I think you have to reward the two best players from your local league who has earned their chance to compete for their positions. I think
So
that's
which
fair.
part of Genesis that right down?
I'm not talking about the Bible. I'm
But
speaking
it
about football.
come like a Bible thing and make you say that.
No, this is just my opinion.
from a philosophical background.
This is just my opinion. I'm saying we need some grit. Right now, we need some grit. I think Atkinson is fearless, as I said. Atkinson is fearless. And I would love to have a cutting edge, fearless player he's a rough diamond. He's not fully there, but that's how Jamaican players, most of them were back in 98. We had players who weren't they were still finding their game, but they had the fight and they had the heart. I think the English-based players, as I said, they're like sports car. They're really nice. They know how to play football, but you need that. You need a lot of them on the field where if we can mash up. Because if we mash up and lick off all the bumper, I still a drive. We need one of those. Yeah, we need. As I said, you need little of that Jamaican spirit. If you mix up, you know what I mean. You can't pour just mortar in the black hole. You know, we need some grit in there too, like some steel. I feel the English player them are like what you used to render the wall. You know, like when you sieve out the mall and it's
That's
nice.
actually a good analogy. That's a good analogy. Can't lie.
Yeah, we need that. We need those two. I like the guy Ming, as I said, Kyle Ming out of Cavalier as well. I think he's a good defender. He's always around the football, competing for the football. I let him compete for the right back position. That's something you can't teach. Jamaica has a problem getting the ball. This guy is winning his tackles. Every game I watch for Cavaliers, he's winning his tackles. He's around the football. What else do you need from a player? Because he's not at Brentford. He can't play. Guys, the league in Jamaica is the benchmark. Whether or not the quality is world class, that's another discussion. I think to give hope and for the future of Jamaican football, you have to reward the two best players from your local league to be able to compete for their national team. That's just common sense. That is common sense. If you just have 23 players, most of them from England, and you're telling me Atkinson to me is better than Lamar Walker. He's better than he's to me his upside is better than Jonah Fleming. He's not there yet, but his upside, I'm talking about his as a prospect. He's better than Lamar Walker. He's better than Blair Turgott. That's already two players right there. Out of position, not gonna say.
It's a bit of a stretch though. In terms of his upside is better than Turgot. That's what you're saying.
His upside. Yeah, his and his flexibility, his versatility. He's able to do more things. Blair Turgott is an out and out winger. Blair Turgott is lost if you put him anywhere else.
Taylor, you don't think it is fair to say that? You don't think it is fair to say that one of the things that affects Blair Turgott's game is instructions from the coach?
No. A coach can't instruct you to play terrible.
No, well, I'm not. All right. From the perspective of the main criticism of Turgott is crosses, right?
No.
Is that the main criticism of Turgott? It's certainly the one that I've heard the most.
He needs food, supplement. He needs food. He looks weak. He looks like he didn't eat before the games. He's like falling over constantly, tripping over himself. When he gets the ball in space and after beating two players, he loses sense of direction. He can beat those two first players for you, but he doesn't know what to do after that. It's bro, guys, the tapes are there. You could watch the game. Like this, I'm not talking. I didn't get this message from Mars. It's on YouTube. You guys can watch the games. It's right
My,
in
my,
front of you.
my. I must say, this is a very interesting conversation. We're going into deep waters. I had my antenna up and my defense up also when I heard mention of almost a quota-like comment when you suggested, good brother, that at least two top JPL players should be in the Jamaican squad. But I have backed off a bit and I'm giving you enough latitude to continue talking, particularly because I have not heard tremendously good comments about Mr. Turgett, and I'm hoping for Jamaica's case that there are at least a couple of players who are worthy to step up and take his place or be ahead of him. So Atkinson, is that the name? I'm going to listen
Yes.
up carefully for this fellow carefully.
Go watch him. Go watch. What's your name, sir?
Richard
Go
Tiddlywinks.
watch. He plays for Cavaliers. Go watch this young man, 19 years old.
These games are on YouTube.
It's right there. You're gonna see it. You're gonna see it. It's explosive. I seen him done this thing where he had his face like you would have the side of your face facing the goalkeeper, and he's at an angle, and there's two defenders facing him. He got a shot off, and the way he turned on the ball, he didn't make a wide turn. He took such a narrow turn and still to get a shot off at that pace. Any scout, I said if Dwayne Atkinson was in Africa, he would be going to France or he would be going to Belgium next season. Is that players, they don't trust the Jamaican football system to scout players of that caliber at the age 19. If he was in Nigeria, Ghana, Senegal, he would be in Africa. I would guarantee you. It's just Jamaica, the respect is not there when it comes on to football. They don't consider that we are a country that pushes out these kind of talent. And the kid is fearless. He's short, and people don't understand. You see, players are of that size, like the Messis and this kid. What's this guy that plays for France? The little striker that played for France. Anybody remember his name? This is the short white guy that played for France. He's really clinical, man. Anybody in the chat? I think he was at Barcelona, right?
Griezmann is talking.
Griezmann, yeah.
Griezmann.
You see how you see they're him, Messi, Dwayne Atkinson, they are the same height. For some reason, those players, I don't know. I don't know if it's a height advantage by just being the right shot man or something.
It probably has to do with the low center of
gravity. Something. Those kind of players always give defender problems. Raheem Sterling. If you look off the whole Raheem Sterling played in the Euros, he did a thing where he constantly got under the arm of the bigger defenders, and they're either forced to foul him or just run behind him and jockey him. I think that those kind of players put you in a position as a bigger defender, and you're going up against mostly bigger defenders in Cup. You want a player like that who's gonna peel under big defenders and make them make a bad decision. Who in the team does that? Blair Turgott doesn't do that for you. And I'm not saying this guy's coming in as a starter. I don't think he should come in as a starter, but I don't think we should wait for 2026 to see a talent and then we put him in the squad. He should be around the squad competing against higher caliber players. Let him earn his spot that way, because we can't have English players coming in on the precedence of where they're from, the club that they play for. They came up in an Arsenal system. They used to be at Chelsea. You're not good anymore, dog. You used to be. That's what it's called. You used to. That girl, my girl in high school, she used to be my girlfriend. I don't even know where she is. That was the past. We're talking about today. Football is what have you done for me lately?
You're diving. You're diving deep waters here. I'm loving this. I'm loving this. Is your surname Atkinson by any chance, brother?
Taylor.
Taylor. I'm just
Yeah,
checking because
Richard, interestingly enough, Richard, Taylor is one who is always calling for the best squad to be picked,
Well, I'm glad that you give me that key piece of
Yeah, man.
background information right there.
I understand where he's coming from with the two players out of the Jamaican Premier League. Not saying I agree with it.
Two best.
The two best.
Best.
The two best. And I think he has a point that the two best players in the JPL, the Jamaica Premier League, should be given a chance in the national team.
To compete, let me say, the two best players in your local league should given a chance to compete at their position. That's only fair. What is the pinnacle
Not
of
saying
what
that they should be the man, but just to compete.
To compete, because what are they working for? What's the pinnacle? What's the reward of being the best at the league that that your football federation has set out as a benchmark for you to reach the next level?
I've got two questions here, Taylor and Formula, and one and a half. First question, to your knowledge, because I'm learning day by day about Jamaican football, to your knowledge, is Theodore Tapper Whitmore of that same or similar mindset that he not only favors, but it would encourage actively for the very best, the creme de la creme from the JPL to be represented in the Jamaican squad? And secondly, don't you think these kind of discussions are some of the reasons that makes the forthcoming World Cup squad selection so tasty and yet so difficult for Mr. Whitmore and that coaching squad? Because you're going to have the best of the English Premier League, you're going to have the best of the English Premier League, League One and League Two. You've got the cream of the crop from the MSL, and you're going to throw in the best of the JPL. What a tough challenge lies ahead. What say you?
1 second before we answer that, guys. It is now finished in London. The game is finished.
Consolation goal?
No, not even 2-0. Arsenal has lost the game to Brentford 2-0. Ivan Toney has been named the man of the match.
Wow.
So, and Ethan Pinnock had a decent game as well. So both players showing that they can cut it against high-level opposition in the English Premier League. So, and earlier today as well, too, Charleroi drew 1-1 with Royal Antwerp in the Belgian Pro League, right? Shamar Nicholson featured, had a decent game, but as per usual, did get a big chance that he should have put away, and he ended up hitting the post for the second game running. So, yeah, man. So, you guys want to answer Richard now?
When we going to talk about Shamar?
No, man. In terms of Richard, was Richard. What specifically were you asking again?
The first thing was, in your understanding, do you think that Tapper Whitmore is of the mindset to encourage actively to draw at least the creme de la creme, top 2-3 from the Jamaican Premier League to be part of the Jamaican national squad? And secondly, don't you think that this whole Jamaican diaspora issue with Jamaican born origin players from the English Premier League, League Division 1, League Division 2, the MSL, plus the JPL, plus the leagues like in Belgium, finding a 23 or a 30, even 40-man squad, that is the mother of all challenges for a man like Tapper Whitmore and his squad. What say you?
All right. You guys want to go first?
Is Mana still here? I don't want to just take up the floor. I want to make sure he.
Yeah, man. I think Mana is still here. I'm just having mic off.
Okay, all right. I don't think he has a tough job, Richard. I think it's very straightforward.
Wow, I'm all ears. Go ahead.
I think it's very straightforward. And you mentioned something about quota system. I'm for quota system to some degree. Hear me out. To some degree.
Be careful, you know, Taylor.
No, no, man. Me, see, I mean, I'm
You
Taylor,
start
man.
World War III for me showing about.
Say, come on, man. Run up the likes them on World War III right now. A
Yeah,
matter of
man,
fact,
run up the likes, man. Smash up the like button, guys.
it's Friday night in Scandinavia right now, and say it's 11
Oh,
o'clock, and I'm talking
by
things
the
right
way,
now.
Taylor, I'd love to know how a Jamaican end up in Sweden, but we'll talk about that little later.
Bro, the Jamaican population in Sweden, there's a Jamaican consulate. It's a lot of Jamaicans here. A lot
Okay.
of Jamaicans who are into entertainment. Because
Whoa.
Sweden, they write some of the best pop songs. Some of those
Mm,
dancers you see with like Britney Spears and those people there,
yeah.
Swedish.
Mm,
People don't know. There's just different genres of jobs around the world that, and everybody will go open a shop and sell stuff. There's people who has other things that they want to pursue.
yeah.
However, back to football.
Yeah.
The immediate matter at hand. Quota system. Here, how I would structure the quota system. I would structure the quota system as to where I have to reward the top two players from my league. That is the benchmark league in the country to be able to compete for their position. Um, Another thing is we can't have just when it's time for big time football games to be played, that's when English players start popping up. I don't believe in that. And then we start complaining about team not gelling.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? After you played all your friendlies with local players,
Yeah.
and then you have a big overhaul when it's big football time, it's Gold Cup time, it's World Cup qualifier time. To me, something is wrong there. No,
Yeah. I agree, Taylor, 100%.
the Gold Cup team, this Gold Cup team should have had Atkinson should have been there, Paris should have been there, Norman Campbell should have been there. All those players should have played in the game with Tyreek McGee and those guys. All those young guys should have played in the game against Costa Rica. All those young guys should be on the field against Japan under 24. Let them compete against people who are of the same age, who are playing at a higher level. That's where you have all those play. And the problem that Whitmore has is when he bring these guys in the team, he's not putting them together. In the he's not using players who complement each other. He's one step behind. He's a reactive coach. He's not proactive. He's not saying
Yeah.
I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna stick to it and I'm gonna do it. He
Yeah.
reacts and he
But,
does things.
Taylor, I don't have an issue with him being reactive. I mean, yes, it would be good if, it is called for at times to be proactive as well. The problem with Tapa is that sometimes it takes too long to react. But anyways, continue.
Yeah. So this is because a lot of people in the comments they confused, because some people say, "Yo, Taylor, you're foreign minded. You don't want foreign players." No, no, guys. I'm saying
Drea said, speed, how much speed paying her, bro?
no. How much is my patriotic ways in me of being a Jamaican who also understand common sense and understand the bigger picture? If you just have English players come in and represent the team when it's Gold Cup time, my friend, there's no continuity in your football. Then you're just gonna have the young guys playing against Antigua. You have to have some of these young guys playing with English players who are of higher caliber and let them build their game up to that level because they're also learning from guys who have been there, done that. You can't just have those guys out there by themselves trying to figure out how to play. You have to have a blend. That's what I'm trying to say. So we're basically trying to create a English squad. Look at what Canada is doing. Canada is playing Premier League football. Canada's national team look like a Premier League football team. It's right in front of you. The way they build up, they have a coach from the UK. They have a style. They have an identity. But look at Canada's team. It's a mixture of young players and it's a mixture of older players, experience and youth. You have to have that fearless youth out there on the field who thinks he can run through a wall for you. Sometimes an older player is going to hold back because he's thinking about his career. He's thinking about his family. him going on a slide tackle. You have a guy like Mariappa going on a tackle, and he's probably out of a job. When you have a guy who comes in who's fighting, coming out of Jamaica, walk barefoot, and him get a chance, if him foot broke, him not even care. He might play for Jamaica. So there are different psyche that goes into football, my friend. It's not just technical skills. It's when you look at the 98 team, all those guys weren't technical, but a lot of them had fight. I remember when Jamaica qualified for the World Cup, it was a public holiday in Jamaica the next day, I don't know if you were, it was a public holiday. That's how, because people, it was a euphoria on the island. People saw something. They saw some guys came together and did the unthinkable. They won and went to the World Cup. And I'm saying this team don't have the vibes there. Have the reggae boy vibes there. It's not a reggae boy. It's a Adele vibe. That team have a Adele vibe. It's a, like a piano, rolling in the deep. it's very rolling in the deep kind of vibe. We want to get some other, the boom bang. We need some other the bounty busy signal there on the side, brother. It's right now. You see what I mean? We can't just have too much Justin Timberlake and Chris Martins. Big up to Chris Martin, but you get the drift.
Yeah, man, I get what you're saying, man.
we need some Agent Sasko in the team. So that Jamaica vibes there, brother. So what I'm saying, the two best players from our league should be able to compete for their position. If you're bringing in English players who are not as good, anyways, why can't two local? And you heard what I said, Formula? You're probably the only one on here who heard me. And Richard, I'm not saying the two best players from the league should come in and start. I said the two best players from your local league.
Given an opportunity to fight for their position.
Isn't that fair?
I think
Can you hear me?
Yeah, man, we're hearing you, Richard.
All right. I think I pressed the screen and I lost you guys there. I'm hearing you loud and clear, Taylor. I'm hearing you loud and clear there. You've been consistent in that point. I would disagree, and Formula, you're an esteemed Jamaican commentator and follower of the game. Do you agree with Taylor that this is not a difficult prospective job for Tapper in selecting this squad or these squads? I still am not fully persuaded because Taylor's made a fantastic point, and it's a point that I want to take up with the likes of Coach's Desk and Cataract and fourth official and various people in future conversations. When you're talking about selecting the Jamaican squad, that sense of trying to find a team unity, trying to find team unity when you're calling in players for World Cup qualification, what happens after World Cup qualification if you don't make it? And you fail. What happens to those players? Are they just jettisoned? What happens to the Jamaican-born players or the Jamaican players playing in the JPL after qualification is over? The word I'm looking at is relationship. We know what it's like to be in relationship with women. I want to know what kind of relationship. How would you describe it in terms of what the Jamaican Footballing Federation and TAPA are trying to develop with the players from England and the players from the likes of Belgium, as well as the local Jamaica Premier League?
Boy, that's a difficult question to answer, Richard. To find an answer for that, let me tell you something, Richard. The way the JFF goes about its business, it's so ad hoc, it's so inconsistent, it is difficult. There's no clear pattern. There is no clear pattern. So to answer that question, it's a difficult question to answer, Richard. And I don't know, and I don't think they know either. To be honest with you, it's sad, but that's how I see it, man. I don't know how Taylor thinks about that.
That's a very honest response, Formula, because I think it's a very honest response. But does Taylor have some input into this? Because he's flummoxed as well as I am. It's a difficult thing to get an established relationship, given the widespread availability of Jamaican players playing at different levels, different periods of their career. Anthony McGrant, a great example. Man, Anthony Grant, mid-30s, the general. He could walk into the Jamaican team in some people's eyes. Other people's eyes would say, well, he's a bit of a chancer. He's had his time at the highest level. He's past it. We need fresher legs and a fresher vision, a fresher type of player. They may be residing in the Jamaican Premier League as we speak. Taylor, speak. This is a difficult question. I agree with Formula. You say it's not. Why?
Yeah, it's travel arrangement because all the players mentioned in the team during the problem here, Richard, is Tapa. He messes with the core too often. When we talk about, let's say, because what's gonna happen, when if Jamaica doesn't qualify for this World Cup, we're gonna see now friendlies is gonna be all the guys we talked about, the young guys, Martin Davis, the Kaim, the Norman
Paris.
Campbell,
Paris.
those guys, right? But the further on you go, you start seeing that those guys start to get missing from the core. And I think when Leon Bailey came out and spoke about this, and the JFF came out and them reel up and say, "Yo, we're gonna punish Leon Bailey," you notice nothing happened.
Yeah.
You notice nothing happened. You know why?
Can you remind me what he said? I didn't pick up on what he said. What did Leon Bailey say?
He said that if Jamaica does not qualify for the next World Cup, it is the fault of the JFF.
And he also says Tapa is. He didn't say Tapa, but he's saying they're chopping and changing too much.
Yeah, chopping and changing too much. He was a little bit critical of the coach. The coach's, strategy going forward, so to speak, where selection is concerned.
Because you see, after this World Cup qualifier, let's say Jamaica don't qualify, half these English players we can't get them for a friendly,
Yeah,
Richard. So this is where the problem goes. So now this is where you have kids in Jamaica fighting to make the national team, and when they do make the national team, and it's time again for them to play, we go in England again and pick up the leftovers. Players who are in certain leagues, but they're in England. It's just like in Jamaica. You get some clothes from England. If it's all clothes from England, it come from a man. I said, England, this come from, that sweater, England. Much cold this go to England. but, it's that kind of mindset. It's foreign, so it's new, it's better. A better material, and it's this kind of behavior. What I'm saying, the balance needs to be there. The balance needs to be there. You don't hear anybody jumping up anymore that the USA won the Gold Cup with their C team, right? United States found a great right back. They found a right back who was probably their MVP. If the United States said, "Listen, we only go in with experienced players," that kid wouldn't get the opportunity.
Yeah.
That kid wouldn't get the opportunity. So what I'm saying is, if we were going to use the Gold Cup to prepare, we should have gave more younger players opportunities. It's senseless because then you have a bunch of proven players and you still didn't win.
But Taylor, that's the thing, though. They did not go to the Gold Cup I think preparing for the World Cup qualifiers was the secondary objective, just from me observing, right? I think the main objective was to try and win the Gold Cup.
I know. Tapa, listen, this is the first time that Tapa came out and said he's there to win the Gold Cup. And I said on Ryan LFC show, Tapa just cornered himself. Tapa just cornered himself by doing that, because he then put out the notion that he has the squad to win it.
Yeah, that's a big point, Taylor.
I said him doing that was very dangerous.
Yeah.
Now that you haven't won it.
Could the argument be made that he was trying to put some belief in the players to let them know that, hey, we can win this, believe in your ability, we can win this,
Good point.
Well, all right, I'm gonna give because I see people the chatter get nice. I want to say this to them now. I want to ask the chat. Do you think the two are asked Richard as well? Do you think two local players, the two best local players from the Jamaican Premier League, would cost the Jamaican team not to qualify for the World Cup by being in the squad? I would love an answer for that question.
They are unproven at the international level, so it would be difficult to say. That's the thing with the players coming out of the JPL, it's kind of a hit and miss, at the international level, You'd have a man balling in the JPL and get him chance at the international level and the foolishness, and then you have a next man balling, get him chance at the international level and does well with it. So because they're unproven, I mean, they should have been given the chance. And again, the league wasn't playing, so they weren't given their chance at the Gold Cup. So it's kind of difficult to give them the chance now in the World Cup qualifiers where, we need as many of our best hands on deck as possible for the World Cup qualifiers. So
fair enough. So all right. So if you're gonna have a Blair Turgott in the team, so Blair Turgott you're saying then Blair Turgott would be a contributor to helping us go into the World Cup. Fair enough. I believe that Atkinson would do more. Just getting a chance out there, because my thing is I'm looking at it from a European perspective, and looking at it from a European perspective, I should actually not be rooting for Jamaican players, local players, to be in the squad. You see how that look, Formula and Richard?
yeah.
But I'm looking at it from this angle of how they scout players from Africa. If Dwayne Atkinson was in Senegal, Nigeria, Ghana, he would be going to France. I'm telling you, at 19, because this is all they need to see from him. No, he gets under a coach that takes him to that next level. He start playing against a higher level of competition. He's not gonna develop playing against the same competition over and over. He's not gonna, because he can make this.
It's facts. It's facts.
Yeah,
that's what they do in Europe. As soon as the young players conquer one level, they move them up to the next level because they're wasting their time after a while.
Brother, if you pass your exam in high school, in early school at Jamaica, you can't stay in grade 6. You can't stay in grade 6. You have to go to high school.
Taylor, that is the best analogy I've ever heard to describe that. Taylor, too many players, too many young players in our in schoolboy football and in the Jamaica Premier League. I take the test all 20 times.
20 times. I'll know them on a police. I'll know them on a police. Them and them take it test so much time, brother. Like, them take the physical, them take everything, them height, everything good. As I said, the USL is a graveyard for Jamaican players. It's the dove cut. The USL is dove cut for Jamaican players.
Mercy, please.
I'm telling you, Richard, it's a dove cut.
Even for young players, Taylor.
That's where Jamaican players go to die.
Oh gosh. Oh gosh.
No, Taylor.
You have a league.
I understand your point. I understand your point, and I see your point to a certain extent. But there have been a couple of noticeable exceptions to that rule.
A couple of dead men walking, been seen.
Damian Lowe is a perfect example, Taylor.
Where's Damian Lowe now?
He's in Africa looking for a move to Europe. But the only reason why Damian Lowe is in Africa, is his own fault, and him choose Africa over Italy, over Serie A.
And you have accurate information that Damian Lowe was offered a contract by an Italian side in Syria, and he went to Africa. I need to see that.
It was reported
by Jamaica media or people on YouTube.
It was all right. Let me tell you. For facts, Benevento was seriously interested in the player. Seriously interested in the player. Off the top of my head, I don't remember exactly which platform posited it that Damian Lowe chose Africa for monetary compensation. But off the top of my head, I remember it coming from a source that I deemed to be credible. I don't remember, honestly to God, because it was a while ago, I don't remember But guys, in the chat, if you guys remember what platform posited that initial explanation, so to speak, as to why, because Benavente was seriously, I mean, it was being reported from credible outlets that Benavente were, I mean, they really wanted the player.
Okay.
And then everybody was saying, you know, how comes this didn't happen? How comes this didn't get over the line? And then news kind of emerged that, you know, Damien chose Africa.
And Damian Lowe's
Hold
Damian
on,
Lowe's
hold on. Michael Garden is saying something here. Let me read what Michael is saying. No formula. The Italian side was in receivership, so payments and contracts would possibly not work out. Okay, there you go. There you go.
so me like how the people in the chat can find information and disperse it rapidly.
Yeah, man, it happened a while ago. So,
So hear this out. Damian
but
Lowe's
other people say other things as well.
but yeah,
So,
this discussion is Damian Lowe.
yeah.
We don't have to beat because I believe Damian Lowe. As I said, I thought Damian Lowe was good enough to be at least on the bench in England somewhere, learning being an understudy to some of those top defenders because he has the physique, he has that
So,
presence.
1 second, Taylor. 1 second. Is Sports DTM him did make the talk? Say Jamaican Ising is saying he said it on DTM. I don't remember which platform he said it on. Or which platform reported it on. It happened a while ago. I'm gonna rewatch that DTM interview. I watched a part of it. I didn't watch all of it.
All right, watch it. And but Damian Lowe was a draft pick. Damian Lowe, Darren Mattocks, Andre Blake, those guys were high draft picks. Those guys were drafted into the MLS. Those guys were drafted. Their journeys weren't similar to a lot of Jamaicans. They came out of the US college system where they went into the MLS. It's not the same. It's not the same
Fair
as
point.
a player like a Lamar Walker, a Speedy Williams, or Alva Spoil. It's not the same. So what I'm saying, like a Lamar Walker, you think Lamar Walker is going to the MLS?
No, I don't think so. I think the pathway from the USL to the MLS for non-American players is extremely difficult. I think that they need to seek. I think the agents are a problem to Taylor.
No, the
You
problem
talk
with the USL is formula is this. You have a league, which is the league below your super league, and you can't qualify to get into the top tier.
into the top tier.
So
Yeah,
you're
to
just playing
properly
football
gauge
every
the lower
season.
tier, to properly gauge the lower tier to
Yeah.
see where it is,
Yeah.
where the quality is.
So you're just suiting up and play every season. And this is not just based on football. This is what they were trying to do with the Super League. Americans are about the bottom line money first. Sponsorship, clubs. They're not trying to have a team like a New York Red Bull drop out of the league, a New England. They're not trying to do that. But what that does is it removes the competitive nature of the sport. Football is where the underdogs sometimes tend to rise up and just make a big
Yeah.
bite and just go way up there. Like a Brentford tonight came and beat Arsenal. This is a
Yeah.
perfect example. So
Yeah.
when you have a league where the highest you can go is when the season ends, we start over again. It's ridiculous. That's why I said
Yeah.
it's a graveyard for our players. Because
There's no progression.
there's no progression. Because if our players went to a USL team that potentially qualify for the MLS, you never know. He even let's say Junior Fleming. Let's say Junior Fleming's team went in the MLS. They kept going up. That guy would have been out of the MLS, but he's stuck. He's stuck there. Richard, I'll let you take the
But
floor.
Taylor, JT, I think I agree with you to a certain extent, but I think one particular important element that I don't think you are, and I know you know it because I've heard you say it before, but right now in this discussion, I think you're ignoring the fact that our agents are
Yes,
poor.
yes. Yes.
Our
I
agents
know that.
are poor. Look, listen, I probably, you can count probably two. Most of the agents are garbage. It's just facts. It's only one really good agency I see, Jamaican agency that I see, and that is International Dimension. That is actually doing the right thing with young players coming out of the country. The rest of them are not doing the right thing. Craig Butler as well, too, you can give him Phoenix thing some love as well. He's doing a decent job as well.
The agents, my thing, it's all right. I want to say the agents because I have said this, the agents, but I think Jamaica is just not respected as a footballing nation.
But how
By
international dimension come now, Taylor, and getting players like Paris into first divisions in Europe? Norman Campbell is playing for a team that finished third in the Serbian division last year, you know.
that's in
Shamar
Serbia.
Nicholson of Charleroi.
Have you ever watched a game of a Serbian league?
Yes, man,
That's
I
this.
watched a game with him the other day.
That's in Serbia, and if he wasn't there, who would have know? That what they're doing in Serbia?
Yeah,
That's
but it's
Serbia.
not Taylor. It's not one of the biggest leagues, but yeah, that's the right progression. Young players in Europe. That's how well a lot of them come up through the smaller leagues in Europe. They are young players and they're coming up through the smaller leagues in Europe. Serbia is a good league. Red Star Belgrade and Partizan Belgrade, who often do well in Europe, finished ahead of Kukariki last season.
Brother, Formula, we're talking about Serbia. We're on
Mm.
Formula Sport talking about Serbian league. that's we're talking about Serbian league. Formula.
Serbia for young players, Taylor, young players.
We don't want to be racist or anything like that, you know. I mean, what's wrong with Serbia?
No,
Serbia's
man,
got some technically
I think
gifted players.
Yes.
it's not about color or ethnicity. It's about he wants to see our players in the top 5 leagues, the top 10 leagues. It's about quality.
That
Basically, Taylor is saying the Serbian league is one of the lower leagues in Europe.
I would rather see Jamaican players in the Championship, League One, League Two in
Mhm.
England, because they're under the spot. There's another thing that people are forgetting with football. Football is not just about talent; it's about if there's a spotlight on your talent, you
Yeah.
cannot tear up a league down in a Panama or a tear up a league down a Peru. Dog, that not up on TV. We now watch that. That not sell no ticket. That not move the needle, dog. That's what I'm trying to say, Richard. It's sometimes the spotlight that you're under. When you do a
But
survey, dog, which TV
mhm.
channel you watch them game upon? Like, where on the internet do I find these things? That's what
You
I'm trying to
find
say.
live streams on the internet.
It's there, but what I'm saying, I would have to dig down the earth to find it.
You've just
True.
you've just shone a light on a question that I was going to prepare and marinate for a later discussion. But I'm going to throw it in because it's got to be thrown in at some point. It's a hypothetical one. Um, there's one question that I want to get back to, which is the word quality. If we're talking about quality and representing the Jamaican team with the best quality out there, I want to get back to that because I want to know who constitutes quality. Here's my hypothetical situation to both of your good selves. Jamaican, you were talking about grit and determination and needing a Jamaican-born JPL tough roots and rock and reggae player. If you had 100, I'm going to throw it at it, 100 prime quality Jamaican players who one day, hypothetically, received a call from England, Gareth Southgate or whoever takes over the England management, and they got a call from the English FA saying, we've seen your talent in the JPL, we've identified you as quality, you're eligible now to be brought on board into the squad, into our system, and we've got our eyes on you for a prospective England call-up. Out of those 100 Jamaican players, Waterhouse, Harbour View, Harbour Lion, you name it, how many of them would even wait for their luggage to be packed before they found themselves at the airport on the plane without as much as a bayou leave, as opposed to saying, thanks for the call. I really appreciate that. But I am playing for the Jamaican colours. I'm going to stay and represent my island, sweet Jamaica. Can you give me a figure, please?
I can't speak to the state of mind of
It don't work
100.
like that. It don't work like that, Richard. It does work like that.
I
I said
understand why you're
hypothetical. You see where I'm coming from? I'm talking about the pride, that pride thing. How much is this?
No.
Because you know what? We're calling for
I think
the Jamaican-born
locally,
players in England to come over to represent Jamaica. How
I
about
think
the other way around, hypothetically?
Richard, most people won't say this, but there's a price on your pride. A lot of people, there's a price on your pride. Everybody has a price.
I think Jamaica. I think players who are Jamaican born and Jamaican developed though would find it a bit more difficult to quote unquote sell out the country.
But there's a price on you. All right. So, Richard, what you gotta remember is the dynamics of a national football team is a bit different. And if you look at the history of Jamaica, when Jamaica qualified 98, we had a perfect balance. We had the players we needed from England, and we had the players we needed from Jamaica. That was part of the core. What I'm saying is we don't want it to become a team where because that was a formula that did work. It was proven it worked, that if we get the right balance of players from the island and the right balance of players from England, it can work. It can work.
Taylor,
So
look
what
at
You're,
this
you're, you're,
England
you're on
screen.
tricky ground here, Taylor. You could be on tricky ground. I'm not going to stay too long. I'm going to stay on this conversation. You're on potentially tricky ground because was that 1998 model perfectly arranged by the likes of Captain Burrell? And if it was so perfect, how easy will that be to replicate in 2021 and beyond? I put it to you that the disposable, no problem, Marcus Gale and Robbie Earl, in the latter tail of their careers, delighted to come and represent Jamaica, delighted to go to France, delighted to get the heave ho with the likes of Daryl Powell, never to be heard of again. Is it going to be as easy with this group and generation of youthful and talented talent from around the world? Is it?
No, football has changed. What I'm saying, because you're right, football has changed. The formula that was used then was a formula that suited the era, and it suited the time, it suited the style of play. However, I'm talking about balance here. We can't just have 23 players from England in the team because they're in England.
And what about if they're quality and good enough and willing enough to
but where
take
are
the
they?
flight
Can
over?
you find 23 quality players out of England right now who has dedicated themselves to the Jamaican team? A 23-man squad out of English that is better than every single local.
Out of the Premier League are just. Well, I mean, it would be difficult to find a goalkeeper and a player better than Bailey.
I'm talking about 23, bro. I'm talking about 23 that has
so you
stated that they're going to play for Jamaica.
You can't, because you can't find one better than Blake and Bailey.
I'm not. You've thrown out the number 23. I'm not going to go as high as 23 at all. But I tell you something. You're looking at from the looks of it, at least LEAST 7 or 8 from England, whether it be English Premier League or League Division 1 and League Division 2. Is that good for you?
Can you repeat that?
It depends.
Quality is the key thing. Quality. I don't expect to see 23 English-based players representing Jamaica, but at least seven, could be 8, could be 9 from League 1 and 2, plus the English Premier League. At least 7 or 8 are going to be on board. But that ideal scenario of 1998, very difficult to replicate, I would put to you, because as you said, times have changed. Are you happy with that
Richard,
disposable
you know
culture to
how I'm
come
gonna
through?
shut this down right now, Richard? I'm gonna shut this
Come in, sir.
down and let everybody know this. The reason why I don't think 23 players out of England would necessarily work for Jamaica, there will be zero team chemistry. There will be zero team chemistry. Then Jamaica will only be a place where the JFF office is. So we have an office in Jamaica and the football team is in England. You don't have players at your service to call up for camps. You don't have no way to build. You don't have nowhere to build. This is what people don't understand. This is why I said the balance is important. You have to have a core of players who are accessible and are progressing, excelling at whatever level you have them playing. And then you bring in the English players who are needed to make that team complete. I think the English players are there to complete the team, to come in and complete it. And if a 9 of them have to start, a 9 of them have to start. But what I'm saying is you can't have 23 English-based players. You can't. There will be no chemistry. You can't build a team. Everybody there in England. We only have the JFF office in Jamaica. One man have a game this weekend, and next man you can't call him. He has personal issues. This guy said he can't play. He's on vacation. This guy's at the pub. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. This is what I'm trying to say. You can't have a football team. It's like outsourcing football. It's like might as well we use the Nigerian team play for Jamaica. That's what I'm saying, because you don't actually have a team in the country.
Just to be clear, doing Taylor, I want our viewers to be clear. Taylor is not advocating for what he's advocating for from the perspective of a divisive standpoint. That's not where Taylor is coming from. I do see his point that there are some logistical issues at play if we were to go fully with a team right out, a full team straight out of England. So I just want to clarify that. It's not that he doesn't see Jamaican players in the UK-born players. It's not that he doesn't see them as Jamaican or anything like that. I just want to make that absolutely clear.
Let them know that we need to bring in UK players, Richard, to come in and compete for positions that local players cannot fill, or to bring depth. Come and start if they beat out the player who's there to start. But you have to have a set core of players, locally based and around the region. Logistic, it won't work. It just won't work. Flying in all these players, they're all over the place, just getting them into a camp. It would be understandable if Jamaica had a base in England. If Jamaica had a base in England, or we had a partnership with a English club per se, where we could have camps on specific weekends or so, we could bring all the players there. This is ways we would have to get creative. But the way how the JFF is structured, and the fact that they don't have the resources, you can't have 90% of your squad in England. That wouldn't work. We would have to have some arrangement with an English club where we could use their facility or something, or some partnership, but something.
But Taylor, most of if I were to take a bet, I'd probably say about 2/3 of the team that is going to feature in the World Cup qualifiers. About 2/3 of them are going to be English born, well, English at the very least, English raised.
And I'm okay with that.
That's a high number, Formula. 2/3 you 2/3 you think, Formula. That's a big number.
Surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. I honestly wouldn't. Go ahead, Richard.
My mind is flashing back to Taffa. If and the word that Taylor used about chemistry, and I'm adding that word relationship, I think it's a tough ask to get the chemistry right in such a relatively short period of time. As we speak, do we actually know who has put pen to paper, who has got the passport to actually represent Jamaica? I
We
mean,
know most
this
of
is
them. We know most of them.
we do. Well,
Yeah.
that's really good news if we know most of them. It really is good news.
Truth
Uh,
be told, yeah, I think we know most. Yeah, I think we know most of them. We know most of them.
and can you put a number to that? So we're tuned in and we've got a good idea. What kind of numbers are we talking?
In terms of the people that we expect to see in the 30 months in the World Cup qualifying squad rather, who have had
Yes, yes.
that's the thing. All right. That's a question that I would need time to really sit down and flesh out because that's a tough question, Richard, because I mean to predict the squad in its entirety that's a difficult proposition. I would all right,
I
let me tell you the players that I'm not sure about, right?
Go ahead, go
I'm
ahead.
not sure about Cousins. Cousins, I'm not sure of. I don't know if guys in the chat hit me up and let me know what's if you guys know the situation with Cousins. So I'm not sure about Cousins. Kevin Stewart, I think everything is sorted with him. I don't know how Tapper feels about Johnson Clark Harris. Even though he has his documents, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see him, even though on merit he could be included in the squad as well. Who else? I don't know what's the situation with Casey Palmer either. I don't know. I mean, there are a couple of them. For the most of them are settled, but there are a few of them, few important pieces too that I'm not so 100% sure what the situation is with them. Or
But
if Tapa
Kemal Roof, what about Kemal Roof and Ravel Morrison, for example, and Anthony Grant? What about those three?
well, Anthony Grant has his documents. Roof, I am not so sure if Roof has his documents. Roof, I'm not so sure about. Anthony Grant has his documents. So Grant, who else you call? You call Roof, Grant, and who else?
Ravel.
Ravel has his documents, but Ravel won't be able to take part in any fixtures being played in
In
the US.
America.
Yeah, you'll miss the US away game.
It's one game, yeah.
Don't you guys
Though,
feel?
hopefully, though,
Mm,
COVID doesn't rise up again, because if COVID rise up again, and games have to be relocated to, more than likely, them are going to relocate it to Florida, and
mm,
good at Nyamu Supper.
mm,
Because
mm.
Ravel not being in our squad is unthinkable.
Uh-oh.
Like for example, I hear people saying, "Hey, what about Casey Palmer?" I'm like, "What about Dwayne Atkinson? He's better than Casey Palmer right now." Casey Palmer come on for him club and I get sub off. Like you came on as a substitute and got subbed off. This is where we are. But guess what? People is like, he used to be at Chelsea, guys. He used to be there. My friend, he used to. Jamaica used to be a wealthy country. We're no longer a wealthy country. This used to don't work. Is where are we
Jermaine,
now?
Jermaine is saying Roof have that but don't side a car. Yes, I watched that coach video. Yes, that is true. I think coach did say in that video that Roof has his documents now, but he hasn't signed. Yeah, I remember that now. Thanks for that one,
Yeah,
Jermaine.
he hasn't signed. He hasn't signed. And we can't, because let me tell you, Kemar Roof is a great striker. I don't think strikers is I think we with Antonio signing up and the strikers we have, I don't think strikers is our issue, guys. For me personally,
The
strike
midfield is clearly the issue. The middle of the park.
for me is it's not even the midfield, it's the coaching.
Uh-oh.
It's
Uh-oh.
the coaching.
Uh-oh.
Me and you, we spoke about
Yeah.
strategies, how you compensate for when you don't have certain pieces.
Yeah.
It's this is where coaching skills is really needed. This is where you know if it's a good coach. That's what I said the other when you look at the game with Derby and Salford the other day, what Wayne Rooney did. When Wayne Rooney he realizes that, listen, I don't have to win this game in the midfield. I just need to control ball position and get my strikers on the ball. And so I dropped at one point, as I said, Ravel Morris was almost playing center back. You think Tapa would have done that formula? Ravel Morris would have got subbed and Michael Hector would have entered the game. that's the difference. That's the difference. A good coach, it's like it's a puzzle, A football team is a puzzle, Sometimes you have to move the pieces around so till they slot in the right place for the whole puzzle to come together.
Papa isn't really good at that. I don't think.
No, he's not really good at that. He's not good at it at all. It's just there. So this is what I'm saying. What's gonna beat us here, guys? We have the players on pay. We have the players. I think we have all the players we need right now. We have the players. We have the players. As I said, when I spoke about Atkinson, guys, I'm not saying this kid should come into the team and start. I think he should be around the team. He should be in the squad. That's a player where you're up by 2 goals, 70 minutes in the game, you let him go out there, go get some experience and run. And he might show you something for the next game. A lot of teams, we look at Mexico, is a lot of old legs. They're not ready for that kind of speed. They're not ready for that kind of player who has a chip on his shoulder. So that's how international. Guys, when you look at a lot of players, and a lot of the English players, their games don't translate into international football. Because a lot of them it's there on paper. It's there. The games are there. A lot of English players, when they come into the Jamaican team, sometimes they tend to struggle. I don't know what it is. They don't. There's some of them. Their games don't translate very well into international football.
Hold on 1 second, Taylor. Jairus, this is an excellent point, Jairus. Excellent point on screen. Excellent point. Excellent point.
Read it out, sir.
We could try a thing with Paul Hall and QPR, but JFF not thinking that far and they don't have any money or business finish.
Yeah, this is what that's a good point.
Very good.
It's a really good point, and it was obvious. Dean Burton is a coach as well. These guys love Jamaica. They constantly post about Jamaica. The passion is there. Why can't we forge some kind of partnership or some kind of relationship where, as Richard spoke about, where we can even have players streamlining to have tryouts? Why haven't any young Jamaican players tried out for QPR? Paul Hall is there. I'm just saying, man, the JFF lack innovative thinking. But this is something we're gonna have to live with. We're gonna also have to live with Tapa Whitmore being the coach right now. I have come to my conclusion on that. I have to live with it. You can't do anything about it. And we're gonna but as a patriotic Jamaican and an avid fan of my country's football team, it's quite frustrating to see that it doesn't take a lot to get this team where we need to go. It just takes an innovative individual to know how to use his pieces that he has and the resources. And because Tapa came out and said, formula, the JFF did everything right with getting the camp together for the Gold Cup. Players were there. We only lost one player to COVID. So what went wrong?
No, it is definitely. I think there are a number of factors that contributed to the failed Gold Cup campaign, but I do think the main factor is the coaching. But I want to talk a little bit about the midfield, because you are saying that once you have a coach that knows how to strategize and improvise, so to speak, when the right pieces are not there, it wouldn't be that big of a problem. I see what you're saying, and it's a fair point, but I do think, especially in the Gold Cup, from a personal standpoint, the midfield was not a very good one in terms of the options that Theodore Whitmore had at his disposal, right? I mean, for starters, the entire midfield was comprised of makeshifts, players who were playing in positions that's not necessarily their main position. There was a number of issues, in my opinion, with that midfield at the Gold Cup.
Formula, and you know I have an answer. I have an answer for that. I said the same thing to you. This is where I was saying, if I was the coach, knowing that I'm short on players on the midfield, there's no way Jamaica should be playing their defense so deep.
And that's a fair point, but even but that's my thing though, Taylor. You have a point, and I accept your point, and it's a good point. The way how I'm looking at it from Taylor, is that if the midfield is how poor is the midfield? Because if the midfield is so poor, can any tactical our tactical move, so to speak, can any tactical move be implemented to upgrade the play of
Yes.
a really poor, like when I say upgrade it, upgrade it to the standpoint where we get a decent working midfield.
Yes, we could
I
have.
think the midfield was poor at the Gold Cup.
We could have formula, because you have to look at the competition. It wasn't the strongest Gold Cup either.
Yeah, but you see, all right. The USA team that were played in the quarterfinals, right?
Mhm.
The best American players out of the MLS, right? With 1 and 2 European based as well, right? I think a lot of people looking at it from the standpoint that because it's America's B- / C team, it's a poor team. Right? I mean, Gianluca Busio just got bought by a Serie A team. Yes, it wasn't America's strongest squad, but was it really that poor of a team that America brought to
No,
the
America wasn't a poor team. America had one of the best coaches in the Gold Cup. That's what happened. The teams that went to the semis and the finals were the best coaches in the tournament. It was, this tournament came down to coaching, bro. What I'm saying is, Jamaica, knowing that we didn't have the midfield players that we needed, we know that one of the best things we have going for us is our defense. There's no way Jamaica's defense should be playing so deep, because Jamaica was more physical than a lot of those teams. What I noticed that top coaches does, when you have a defense that good and your midfield isn't that strong, you keep your defenders higher, so you close the gap between midfield and forward. So you're either playing off physicality, or you're playing off speed, but you don't need too much touches to get the ball to your striker. When you play so deep with
Taylor is factor talking in a Taylor, right? But on the flip side to that, the midfield players are going to have to get some touches on the ball as well, no matter how few. And my thing is that to play that sort of game as well, the midfielders have to have the technical ability, to be able to move the ball quickly. So even though the midfield is not getting a lot of touches, did the midfield have the technical ability to move the ball that quickly?
We had the ability. It's the coaching strategy. We were trying to play counter-attacking football, or then we're trying to work the ball from the back, and it wasn't working. When you play your defenders high, your midfielders only need two or three touches to get the ball to your striker. That's what I'm trying to say. If you play the deeper your defense line is, you need a lot of touches to get the ball to your strikers formula. And then your midfield is going to have to function like a real midfield. And we didn't have that. So a good coach would say, we're going to beat them on physicality and speed. So we're going to keep our defenders high. No, they're going to have to play long balls. No, they're going to have to play the game that we were playing. They're going to have to play long ball. And we have the players with speed to cope with that.
Taylor.
Yeah?
Fascinating. Loving the discussion. I'm going to listen to the replay of it without question or hesitation. Do you think that Tapa Whitmore, an esteemed Jamaican international central midfield attacking midfield player, is simply not in touch with the rudiments and requirements of the international game? Is he not, and so far removed from the Jamaican game, that these kind of glaring omissions can be made during Gold Cup and potentially World Cup qualifying matches? And my second point is going to be this. Are you expecting, or do you want, a Jamaican lineup that has the ability to take a leaf out of the books of the likes of Chelsea under Roberto Di Matteo, the likes of Didier Drogba and John Terry, smart, intelligent, tough-minded players with talent who decided we're going to do things our way? I get the strong suspicion that if Jamaica are going to advance from this series of World Cup qualification matches, the players on the pitch will have to take the nettle, the bull by the horns, and drag the team through doing it their own way. Do you think the squad, Jamaican-based or international-based, have the balls, the smartness, the desire to say, Tapa, I know what you've been telling us in the changing room, but we are not going to be playing deep. We're going to do things our way. We're going to play ball. We're going to play ball.
Mutiny, Richard, is what you're suggesting?
My lord.
You're calling for a revolution.
Yeah, guys, smash up the like button, guys. Let's run up the likes on the video, because this is a very good video. Neo Sovereign, my friend, has joined the stream. Hold on here, I'm muting you until you mute the video. Mute the video that you just click off of a while ago. Yeah, man. So, Richard, muting is a tricky thing, you know. You need leadership, you know. You can't just have the players going out there and improvising off their own, you know. Of their own volition, you know. But to Taylor, I see a point, but also to Taylor's point, you know, and Taylor, you know, I want to expound on this a bit, because Taylor brought up a very interesting topic, the midfield and the midfield play, and you know how the midfield play, as much as our midfield on paper wasn't the best, the play could have improved. I mean, I spoke about it in another video where I said that even in that America game, Bobby Reid in that particular game was so poor that it was seriously affecting the linkage in the middle of the park. From a positioning standpoint, right? And just, you know, when he got the ball at his feet, right? I don't know if it's because of the COVID situation or what, but Bobby Reid was clearly not at his best. And the linkage in the middle of the park was seriously being affected. And what was taking place is that we couldn't hold the ball because of it.
So
right? It was also putting pressure on Speedy and DJ as well. They had to be doing more work, so they might burn out themselves.
So Formula, I think that you have to look at American players. There was in mid-season fitness. All of the American players, their league was started. Only few of them was playing in Europe. Like Shapmore, he playing in the Spanish league, and who else? Shapmore and I think Shapmore only. If I really check it out when I was watching the squad. Happy, Shapmore and Happy. Those are two only European guys. Everybody else was playing mid-season.
Something that to when name to DK.
No, DK was back in Orlando.
DK had gone back to Orlando by then.
Yes, to play. Okay. So most of these players were in pre-season. They was in mid-season fitness. They could have run up and down all the time. So this is what they use and beat Jamaica because the late game fitness.
No, I don't agree with that one there, Alex. I don't agree with that one there, Alex. I think Kappa got his tactics and his strategy wrong in that particular game, especially with these cards.
Can I just chime in for a second?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, sure.
I think I don't disagree outright with most of the things that the people on here have been saying. But I think that one of the things that's missing is that you have to take a very nuanced view of what happened. If you want a real
Yeah, yeah,
explanation
yeah.
about why we performed the way we
There's a
performed.
number of factors coming together
Yeah,
here. You're right.
it's
You're
very
right.
it's very nuanced. I mean, one of the main things is that you know, as Alex just mentioned, they were playing. Some of these players were mid-season. They had better match fitness, right? Some of
Yeah,
them played on teams together.
yeah,
Our team, our core team, did not really have a chance to play a real match. I guess maybe you could say we played a match in Japan, but I don't know if you could say that the core team actually played together for any one game. Um, the fact of the matter is that is a systematic failure, and a systematic failure relates to the fact that we just didn't have practice games with our core team playing together, understanding each other, testing, the coaches' strategies. I mean, we keep on saying that Tapa failed to coach a team in a very, in a way that was required to win games or to win the competition or whatever. And that may very well be true. Maybe there are things that he could have done better. But I would venture to say that even if Tapa, even the best coach would have had a very difficult time winning the Gold Cup because of the lack of preparation that we had.
And I disagree with that
No.
strongly.
So
I
so so
strongly
so
disagree with that.
I saw somebody saying that Jamaica's in Saint Alex. Jamaica had a lot of mid-season players. I disagree with that because the midfield was a mid-season. Daniel Johnson was
yeah.
coming.
The midfield didn't play a lot of
Yeah,
games
he was coming
in the
on
months
just
before the tournament.
vacation. Bobby Reed was on vacation. Who are you want me to
Yeah,
name? You want me to name? I can name them. I'm telling you, midfield was not
Hector hadn't played in a while to either, Alex.
man. So me tell you, so the team was mid-season. But what if the team was like physically fit them a play multiple game in that season? Then
Alex, you're
probably
right.
you know
Alex,
I'm
it's
just
not
saying,
that you're wrong. It's not
yeah,
that you're wrong, Alex. I just don't think that was. I think that what that was. It had a part to play. Yes, you are correct, but I wouldn't identify that as the main reason for the USA defeat.
Right. So
Let's
Taylor believes that we can have a bunch of Sunday ball pickup team, right? We prepare over the weekend for
yeah.
coming on one competition, right? And it's the coach's fault, solely the coach's fault why the pickup team never win. I
No,
mean,
no, no. I
it
strongly.
just don't make any sense.
I'm not. I don't see. What's the boss name we're talking?
Neo is talking right
Neo.
now.
Neo. No, where I'm coming from this angle, right? Tapa stated that the GFF, this was one of the times where they got the logistics correct as far as getting the players in time, or we had, was it 9 days camp?
But what else is he going to say?
No, I'm just saying, but based on what we saw, there wasn't a lot of reports coming out where there was mishandling or things outside the COVID.
Taylor, we were down a man in a Taylor.
Yes,
Remember,
we were, but
Ravel was put on the plane in
that was
Ravel.
that.
Ravel name was on the plane, but Ravel wasn't on the plane.
So
So,
you see,
so the question is, do you believe that 9 days of playing with yourself is going to prepare you to win a competition?
that sounds very wrong, but
Yeah, and I meant it to sound wrong.
this is the thing. I think in this competition we were out coached. For me, Jamaica, I didn't expect Jamaica to win the Gold Cup, but I expected us to for our performance to improve game after game. The main problem that we had in this Gold Cup was
Taylor, you know that we did that?
what
Let me
we
challenge you on that. Let me challenge you. We improved game after game. Who was the first team we played?
are we gonna we should talk about Suriname?
Suriname.
It was Suriname, and we beat Suriname, right?
Yeah.
And we believe that Suriname was one of the up and coming team, but it wasn't the strongest team, right? So we beat them, and then the next team we played was what? Guadeloupe,
Yeah.
and we beat Guadeloupe, didn't we?
Squeeze past Guadeloupe. Yeah.
Right. So neither of those two teams were strong teams. And then the next team we played was who? Costa Rica.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And isn't Costa Rica one of the historically better teams in the region?
Yeah, but football isn't really played
Okay,
on
and then
its
hold on
history.
now. So we improved. We beat Suriname. We beat Guadeloupe. We lost to Costa Rica, which is historically a better team than Jamaica, historically, right? And then we lost to the United States, which is in the ascendancy. Now, from my perspective, you know, it was a feel in my mind with the quality that we had. However, if you can have the best players, but if they don't get a chance to play together against tough teams and prepare, right, then it's really a Sunday ball, you know, it's a pickup game. And there are people who said, okay, the Gold Cup is a practice for the World Cup qualifiers. So if we look bad and if we don't do good here, don't worry about it. This is a practice. I mean, that kind of nonsense it's just it's bizarre. How can you be going into a competition sanctioned by FIFA and say that this is a practice session? I mean, that just makes no sense whatsoever.
So why my point of why I said that we lost based on coaching. I think to me this totally came down on the coach. For me, the players have This is just my opinion, guys.
Yeah,
Let me just make my point. Yeah, and just like how me just disagree with Neo, you can disagree with me, family. You know, disagreement is part of life.
Yeah, man.
My theory is the one game that Jamaica had against Costa Rica where we showed anything of potentially how we would want this team to play. It was said that Paul Hall was the one instructing training the day before. Right? So I'm assuming that Paul Hall had to run some kind of game simulation. And by the way the team played, I just felt like something was different about the team. That was the best game played. I felt like the fact that it looked like that was the best game we played. Naturally, a coach would go out with that team for the next game. I understand that you're picking your team based on your opponent. But
I don't mean to interrupt you, but can I just ask you midpoint? Is it possible that we looked better in that game? Yes, because of Paul Hall's influence, but also because the pressure was off. We knew we were going to go to the other round one way or the other, right? So the pressure was off and the coach felt more relaxed to experiment. Right?
I think Jamaica wanted to win. I think I didn't think that can be a point, but I rarely see football teams go out there and say we just want to play today. Most football players you meet, even if they're just having fun, they want to win. So I think Jamaica went out there to win the game. However, what I'm saying is we didn't build on that. We didn't build on that. We went back to what we thought was safe. This was the thing. Bobby Reid came back from COVID, came back right into the team. It's also showing you that the players who were on the team, you guys are probably not capable. Bobby Reid, as I personally think, Bobby Reid is a bench player. I think Bobby Reid should be coming off the bench 65 minutes, 70 minutes in the game. Bobby Reid is not top class. You can't. It's there. It's the stats are there. You can go watch his games. I just think that the combination, what the coach did wrong was he didn't find the right combination of players. And the team that played against Costa Rica was the closest we got to having the right combination on the field. And that's where I'm saying the coach was the one. He didn't. That's Whitmore, his substitution. He's terrible at making substitution. He lets the game drag on. Sometimes your substitution is what you use to change the game. That's what I said to you earlier, Formula, where he's reactive. He's not proactive. If you look
at is it possible that the coach could not find the right combination because he just never had a chance to have these players playing competitive games prior to the competition?
Everything is possible. It's possibly it might rain tomorrow, but it might not. We can go off
Yeah.
possibilities. I'm talking about
Okay,
what was
so
there. I'm
thanks
talking
for
about what
dismissing
was
my
there.
point.
Yeah, I'm saying what was there. Like it just sounds near that we can find all the things like wonder if, wonder if. I'm talking about an international football coach who gets paid to coach a national team, and you're supposed to have your best team out there ready to compete with all the problems, with all the difficulties, logistics, whatever. At the end of the day, you're there. Wayne Rooney is facing worse than what Whitmore is facing at Derby, and he's getting results.
I know
But
Taylor, in spirit, I agree with you 100%. In spirit, but in actuality, I think, as I said, that it is a nuanced, that you have to have a nuanced view of things when you're making your analysis. And I think to say that it was 100% Tapa
Yeah, that's
fault
where I
and that
disagree with
it was
Taylor.
not related maybe 20 or 30 or 40% to
Yeah,
the lack of preparation in addition to
the
Tapa's
personnel.
coaching, faux pas, right? All I'm suggesting to you is I agree with you in spirit of your criticisms of the coach, but I'm also saying it does not surprise me one iota that the coach couldn't find the right combination, that the team look a little bit confused and out of step with each other, when the truth is that the core players did not have a chance to play any real practice games together, one or two practice games, the core players prior to the Gold Cup. It doesn't surprise me, which is why I'm worried even assembling more quality against Mexico that, what are we going to do when we go up against these teams in the World Cup qualification? And these teams are tried and tested Nation
Yeah,
Cup, Gold Cup,
yeah,
and
yeah.
all of the practice games that they've been playing.
I
And
worry.
then we
I
go
worry.
ahead and say the quality will win the day. The quality will win the day. The truth of the matter is that the quality, you can't access the quality or unlock it until you have those players prepare adequately.
Can
So
I want to, all right. I want to defend Taylor's point to a certain extent, right? I disagree with Taylor from the perspective that it was all down to Tapa. That I disagree with him, but I understand where he's coming from, right? I think what Taylor is trying to say is that despite everything, if the coach was a better coach, he would have
done
been
better.
proactive in his workarounds.
you would have pulled a rabbit out of his hat.
No, the rabbit out of
No,
the hat would
no.
be to
All
win the
right.
Gold Cup, and I'm not asking for that. I'm not asking. What I'm saying, just like how you explain it, formula is when you're handed certain pieces, it's for you know as a technical director or a coach to get these pieces in the right place. And I'm saying to you, the Costa Rica game, if we realize, and I said all of this before the competition started, I said what I'm gonna watch Theodore Whitmore for is how he handled his substitutions. We underestimate the power of substitution. Italy won the Euro on how they substituted players. That was a coach who was proactive. That coach had players warming up from halftime. If you see you're not being effective out there, your replacement is getting ready. This is football. We're not going to wait till we start losing. We run you out there. The best substitution Theodore Whitmore made was bringing on Junior Fleming when he won when we won that game. He didn't make another substitution that you're gonna say he's learning. It's 2 step forward and 10 step backward. You can see it.
To be fair though, Taylor, the speedy sub in the first two games was had a positive impact, very positive impact on those two games as well. This when Speedy came on in the Suriname game and the Guadeloupe game. Here's the thing. I think Taylor is coming from the perspective that even when you look at the America game, right? If, for instance, Theodore Tapa Whitmore had taken off a Bobby D card over Reed at, let's say, a halftime and put out a Tyreek Maggie out there, if that substitution did not work, if he did it, and it never worked, then you could assess a boy,
He tried.
at least him try, but it was out of his control because he tried to do the right thing. But when you look at it from the perspective that it is an indictment on Theodore Tapper Whitmore that the game that we got knocked out of the tournament against the United States of America, it's an indictment on him that Bobby D. Cordova finished the game.
and Formula, guess what? That game was crying out for. Listen, I talked about Tyreek McGee. As I said, Tyreek McGee needs to put on some weight. He needs to get stronger. But that game was crying out for Tyreek McGee because what was the biggest issue that Jamaica had? Problem holding on to the football.
Problems holding on to the football.
A spark, attacking spark, someone who's going to take the ball and run into space and do something. He went for the safe, the heavy Corey Burke, that giant formation where we could catch somebody on the counter. Tapper is still living that 98 dream where Jamaica used to play that heavy style of football where we win headers and score, win 1-0 or we draw the game. I tell you guys, we can't draw away to the World Cup here. Tapper Whitmore has 3 games. Whitmore has 3 games. And the island of Jamaica will be calling for his head. They can go around it now. I always say, yeah, make it go and stay. But Tapper Whitmore has 3 games. 3 games. You need to have minimum 2 points from those 3 games.
I'm not into the business of defending Tapper. But I will say this.
Both of you have good points going on here, and I agree with both of you.
Tapper have a minimum of 3 games.
Mm-hmm.
And when Tapper goes out there and he has to select his team, failing to have seen the team play competitively, in games, well, maybe now that the Gold Cup has passed, he has seen them play competitively. But assuming that they're assembling new players, right? How will Tapper what criteria will he use to select the quote unquote best team? And what Tapper will look for is the same thing that many of the fans have been looking for, which is which league does this player play in? What are the statistics that this player has? What is the experience that this player has, etc., etc. And so, we talk about Maggie, and my heart is with Maggie too. But I mean, you said that Tapper went with the safe bet, and he played Bobby Reid. Now, I agree with Taylor. Maybe Bobby Reid wasn't even the safe bet because the man just getting over COVID. I agree that there are times when you have to, experiment and take a risk, right? Nevertheless, it shouldn't surprise anyone that he would pick the championship player over the player that is languishing in Belgium. Is Belgium Maggie in, right? I'm not quite sure.
The Belgium U23 team.
Right. So I'm just saying though, looking at, if you're looking at those set of criteria, then he's gonna pick the guy in the higher league who is getting regular play time. And as for the criticisms of Bobby Reid, yeah, that game was a letdown, but 2 games before that, the man scored a goal at the tournament.
And disappeared.
Well, I mean, the man get COVID too, right?
No, I know he disappeared in the game. As I said, Bobby Reid scored that goal.
So hold on. So the man scored a goal in the game and disappeared.
Yes,
I mean,
and disappeared.
Can you really say that he disappeared? He scored a goal.
If he's no longer there, I'm assuming that's what we call disappeared.
He scored
right?
a winning goal. Did he disappear? If he scored a winning goal?
To be fair, the entire team against Serbia after we went 2-0 up, the performance was lackluster.
Right. I mean, the man scored a winning goal and you say him disappear.
Near, I didn't have any problem with actually Bobby Reid.
Early doing here.
Listen, I had no problem with Bobby Reid starting the game, based on if we're gonna go on quality. But what I'm saying is no, when the coach needed to be innovative and creative, it showed he had a B license.
I agree with that.
It's obvious.
I agree with that, Taylor.
Because he doesn't have all the pieces that he needs. This is where you need that experience from a coach who's going to try something different. This is where, and I think I
But
think
Taylor, to your point, Taylor, Tapper did nothing when the game was getting away from us, In the America game, the man just sit up, the man just turn up with the hand there, so the man not do not I was doing a watch along to the game, Nia and Richard and Taylor. And the man ended up on the panel and the man them said, Jesus God, man, Tapper do something. The game, you could see the
I was
goal
on the panel.
coming. The game, you could see the goal. No, I wasn't on coach's desk. I was on my own. I was doing a watch along for my own channel.
Pardon me. Mm-hmm.
And you could see the game was getting away. You could see it, and the man never do nothing. Berhalter make him changes. His changes had a positive impact on the game. Tapper waited for how long? And like nearly 80 minutes before Tapper make him first change.
Can I quickly just yes, sir. Fascinating discussion. I'm listening, enjoying it thoroughly. Does Tapper simply trust the players he puts out on the pitch too much? I've seen him in press conferences afterwards, and one sticks in my mind to this very day. He was lamenting simply, well, in the final third of the field, we have problems. We're not putting our passes together and we're not linking up the midfield to the attack. And then when we do get the chances, we're not taking the opportunity. And then he just goes deadpan again. Does he simply have too much trust in those players representing Jamaica?
I think he just lacks he just lacks ideas. I think this is where when you're a B license coach, you need that next level. It's just like someone with a bachelor's. Until maybe you need for certain jobs, you need the master's, you need the PhD. Like it's just you need that next level of information. I think he's lacking the next level of information to become that cutting edge coach to trust his abilities.
Taylor, to piggyback on that point, we as fans were sitting there. Look here, I have never coached in my life. I do have no experience I try to read and to be an avid reader and so forth, right? To try and learn as much about the game as I possibly can. But I am just a fan, Taylor. And I could sit down. Tapper is a B license coach. This man is miles ahead of me, coaching, to have how much over 100 games coaching Jamaica, etc. Experience way above me. Me never in the equation. The panelists that were on the show on my show have no experience, no official training in coaching. But we could sit down and identify the problem in the stream.
Maybe the
game. Have the knowledge, Taylor.
Maybe
one of the things that I've heard Tapper say in the past is that he is very concerned about the balance of the team on the field. And sometimes I've heard him speak and suggest that it might not be prudent to introduce one player who we might like to see on the field, but in doing so, we've upset either the defensive balance or the attacking balance. I'm not sure. Right? What I do know is that in his mind, there are certain things that he's looking for on the field, and he sees the game from his coaching perspective as he has certain concerns that we probably don't share. I'm not trying to defend him. I'm just saying that
we're trying to be reasonable.
Right. I don't want to talk about Tapper like he's a moron, right? Because he has done things. I've actually seen Tapper overachieve with a core group of players with lesser talent when he's had them in a situation where they play many games over and over again. And I have seen Tapper mess up with a more talented team, which he does not have a good repertoire with. And one of your panelists asks about trust. Another thing that is important to him also is trust. And the truth is, some people call it favoritism. You know, it seems to me that coaches believe that certain players will fulfill certain roles, and therefore, you know, they develop this sort of trust with the player. You know, we can call Michael Hector's name every day where that is concerned. You know, but I do agree though. At that point in the game, as Taylor said, the game, and as you said, Formula, the game was slipping away, and he did wait, in my opinion, way too long to try and make changes. To even at that point, we're already losing the game. The worst you can do is to introduce new players, and it get worse. But we were already losing the game, not only by the score, but just by the position and the way the game was going.
You mean the America game? We
Yeah,
were
man.
already.
We were already
Alright.
losing the game, and not it wasn't only just by the score that we were losing. We
Yeah.
were also losing by the position and by the run of play.
The game was slowly getting away from us, slowly but surely. Heron, nobody said that. So I don't know how you heard that. No panelist said that. None of us would ever dare. So we know enough about football not to say that. And John Doe, yeah, I mean, I just try and be an avid reader, that, you know, and try and, you know, build up my knowledge, man. I have no experience in coaching whatsoever. It's my thing is all right. Here's my thing. Here's my thing. I am starting to wonder. I'm starting to wonder if Theodore Tupper Whitmore, from a defensive standpoint, can set up the team in a defensive manner to properly play that way. But is it that he does not have the capabilities to set up the team from an attacking perspective and to get the team playing in a more attacking brand of football, you know, and maintain that balance with the defensive aspect
Formula,
of it?
that was
Is
a
that the
great
issue?
point. Formula, I will give Tupper some credit. He's great at structuring his defense. I never seen Jamaica go out there and didn't look like they were capable of defending.
Mm-hmm.
But football, when you're a defensive minded coach, your best results are gonna be 1-0, a draw game, or you lose. What happened when you're down 2-0 halftime? That's the problem. You can't have a coach like that, because we're gonna be down in games. Because this Jamaican team is not structured to come from behind against a quality opponent, because of how we are defensive heavy, we're defensive minded, we're not holding on to the football, we're not. It's not a position. We don't play position football. There's no build up. It's just defend, soak up pressure, and hope we can kick it and get it to Corberg and then push down a few man and we get a goal. It's not gonna work. We have to get a coach who thinks attack first. We have to think. I believe in that. I believe here in Scandinavia, I'm just playing football with a third division club, and the coach is speaking Swedish that I barely understand, and I don't see myself as gonna be a pro, and I'm getting better. And the man is speaking Swedish to me by just giving me instructions. So I'm saying, if Tapa
What
is
club you play
coaching,
for, by the way, Taylor?
when I have my first game, I roll it out with you. I send it to you on. I send it to you
In
on.
a Swedish third division to Peter McGregor, you know.
Yeah, you can make a lot of Jamaicans. That's why I can't understand why Jamaicans go to the USL to die. I can't understand it, because if I could jump out of bed and try out for a third division team in Sweden, why are Jamaican players in the USL? I
Taylor,
don't get that.
I think that's based off something what always been talked about for agents. All of our agents and all of our clubs, most of their main intention is to get persons in the US. But we do have good agents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well.
Can I add
Welcome, by
something?
the way, Shavan. Welcome.
Can
Oh
I add
yeah,
something
thanks
to
as
that?
well. Go ahead.
I think that in the past you could have Jamaicans from Jamaica who based on their performance and talent, who walk right into an MLS team. I think that the MLS reformed their system where if you are going to import a player, right, you have one international exception. No, what they want, what the Americans have done is to tighten up their league, and so they're making it harder for the MLS to import a lot of players
Overseas.
from outside of the country. And so I think each team have one international exception. And so rather than what used to happen in the past where multiple players could be, taken from Jamaica or whichever country, now the MLS team only have that one pick that they can use. And so a lot of the Jamaican players and the Jamaican agents not making it into the MLS directly are now sending their players to the USL,
So,
right? And hoping that the players can go there and play in the development league until the MLS spot them and then maybe use that international exception. Or conversely, the players there get married or get citizenship and they can get into the MLS that way. It is more difficult now for Jamaican players to actually leave Jamaica and go and play in the MLS. So that's why a lot of them have been going into the USL.
USL is a passport league. It's you just go and play until you get your passport.
So
And then it's a
it goes
passport.
from a graveyard league to a passport.
Yeah, it's a passport graveyard league. I'm saying, so this is where the Jamaican football body has to come together and shift their attention to other markets. Then, if someone who's an analyst on your show can see that, this is what I'm saying. Then I think potential. You know what we can use to solve this? Since we're seeing the game so well from YouTube and television, maybe we should have Tapa coach the team from home on TV and just make phone calls, because maybe he will see things that we're seeing on the television
yeah.
set. I don't know if he's too close to the action and it's just it's blurring his vision, but something is not translating. I don't know
All
what's
right,
happening.
all right,
Taylor,
Taylor. But
go ahead.
Taylor, yeah, what I was saying, I kind of somewhat agree with what you just said, pertaining to like moving our players away outside of the US right now, because US is more dependent. US is focusing on developing their players more than others. The other day when the Olympics was going on, it was one of the days when was the JPL was going on. I know the JPL is not this. There's no real much excitement over it. But the JPL game was going on around 10 in the morning, and nobody was showing the game. They were showing the Olympics post live coverage. So it wasn't the live coverage, So just to show you that football is not taken serious, you have the live JPL game going on, and you had persons on their IG page asking, where can we watch the match? Where can we watch the match? But TVJ, however, TVJ, they were showing post Olympic coverage.
Brother, because the JPL not moving the needle. That's not.
No, but it's not the J. But remember, the JPL, the league itself, we need, if persons are out there wanting to watch the league, and it's not being broadcasted, how are persons going to see it?
That's not their problem. That doesn't pay the bills, bro. That doesn't pay
watching the game. If listen, the most of these leagues, their main form of income is
television,
TV rights, right?
Exactly.
And so to the extent that there's a demand for viewership from wherever, Jamaica or overseas, they sell the rights to a television station, and they earn money that way. And I mean, that's extremely important, right? In addition to that, one of the problems with our league is just the lack of money in the JPL, right? Because we don't have the playing services have been improving incrementally. Right now, when we watch the games, I think most of the games are being played at the
JFF Center.
The JFF Center. So the field, it's turf, I believe, right? The field look a little bit better, right? But the problem is that we are not generating the income necessary to build out the infrastructure that is necessary for the game to actually thrive, right? And this is one of the questions, the chicken versus the egg argument. Is the talent going to come first, or is the infrastructure going to come first?
I think, all right, honestly, I think the talent, well, not everybody, I'm not going to say every player that I've seen is, but I have seen some talents in that JPA league, and most of the talents I've seen are persons under the age of 19. I'm not going to lie. Some of the better
But
players
the league
I've
has
seen,
been moving into a more younger direction,
yeah,
and
the
that is very good.
most of the younger players, because even the guy that played for Harborview, I think I was saying it to the last time, Formula,
Zimini.
the right back, that guy could have been in our Gold Cup squad, and he would have played better than one of the right backs that we had.
I wonder which one.
I'm not calling no name still. But as I said, that guy, he has been playing extremely well. As what somebody was saying to me on the road, maybe he looks this good because he's not really playing against quality players, which is true.
I don't want to hear that. I always think that's crap. A good player is a good player. A good player. This is why like. So this is why we're gonna continually have English players who are mediocre players, because it's gonna just based on the fact they're in England.
Glenn, that's true.
Listen, it also has to do with the spotlight that's on you. Because if this Jamaican league had the budget, the TV rights, the marketing, like the big idea, these games were being showed like African Cup. Don't players would automatically just being looked at as better players. That's why I told you a player like Dwayne Atkinson, if he was in Africa, he would be going to France. He would be in France next season, because that's how they look at talent. You don't have to show them everything. Show me enough that when you get a good head coach, you're gonna get to that next level. But Jamaica, we
Doesn't
keep
have a
them there,
coach.
and them just become old man. Them just become just start burn weed again, and they are
Yeah.
dance, and it just them just wear out and get lost in the system. You have to grab
Can I
these players immediately and get them out of there.
can I throw a question in here at this juncture? It's been rested on my mind. Great discussion here. Very, very interesting. Oh, the question it just passed me. But I'm gonna come back to that. I'm gonna
Yes,
come back.
yes,
There's a
yes.
question that I really wanted to find out about. But keep going. It's gonna come back to me.
Yeah, man, that happened to
Taylor,
us.
can I just take a quick issue with something that Taylor was saying? And Taylor, I'm not trying to chase it down, you know.
No,
We're
man, it's
we're
good for the football.
right. We're in more agreement than you think. But I just wanted to reflect on this. Some of the players who are leaving Africa and playing in Europe. One of the issues that goes on with these guys is that some of them are victims of human trafficking. Some of them come over into Europe and languish and suffer horrific experiences trying to play football, right? You know, some of them their contracts are really crazy, and the number of them that are actually heading to Europe to play versus the number of them who actually get into the league and play are small. And so all I'm saying is that Jamaicans who are going to try that route must know that it is a very difficult route. Also, in England, you have to have a what do you call it now,
Work permit.
work permit, right? You can't go to play in England without a work permit. I don't know if there's a work permit issue in Sweden or for the rest of the Scandinavian countries. But all I'm saying is, if I want to jump on a boat and smuggle himself over into Europe and then somehow manage to play football or whatever, that is one thing. But if you're leaving from Jamaica on your passport and you're flying to some of these countries, I don't know. It deserves more study. I hope to God we can get an agent at some point to come on one of these panels and describe to us in detail how these things go.
I tried to get one the other day.
It's not that
Yeah.
difficult. I know an agent who got
Mhm.
he got his license to Real Madrid. I met him two guys out of Trinidad.
So he got it.
Uh,
He got it through Real Madrid. He said,
yeah, it's something like that. I think that's where he did his he got his I know they have programs, I guess,
right,
attached with these clubs.
right.
Now the
Yeah, Barca
two
has one
guys
as well. I
from
was
Trinidad,
advertised on IG.
the two guys from Trinidad, they came and they were playing second division in Denmark with this agent, and I started to follow them around on Instagram, and we became cool. And a few weeks ago, they were in Portugal trying out for a first division club in Portugal. So what I've realized is it's also the agent what clubs the agent has relationship with.
Yeah,
It's not just an agent, It's like when the agent has to be plugged in, because
yeah,
a lot of teams don't have a problem with players coming in to try out. Because if you find the next superstar, you just found the next superstar for free, basically. So the thing
Right.
is, the agent, if the agent is not plugged in or attached to a major club, he can't just make the call and make the move to get the Jamaican players here. So it's not a passport issue. It's not a because the Schengen area is one of the easiest areas to get in,
Right.
especially if you're coming as a professional.
Right. I was just saying work permit issue, not passport. But go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. As soon as you get a contract from a club, you will receive a work permit. That's what it is. You just need to
You,
be insured. You just need to have health insurance when you enter, because you can get injured or something and you need to go to a hospital and they're not gonna catch the bill. It's all about someone putting up the health insurance. But it for me, I think it has to do with Jamaica is not respected as as a football nation, as to where they see talents coming out of Jamaica as the next superstar. You have players here from Argentina, Uruguay, all over Scandinavia. When you go to these clubs, Brøndby, Nordsjælland, it's Argentinians, young players, even out of
But,
Trinidad. Some of them, it's crazy. And I'm like,
but
where are the
Taylor,
Jamaicans?
but Taylor, if we as Jamaicans, corporate Jamaicans, don't respect Jamaican footballers, why would Europeans do so?
Well, bro, Jamaica,
I
we
don't,
lack resource, bro. We lack the resource. You have to
I,
understand.
you
I
know,
honestly don't. I don't
when
think.
I,
I honestly don't think it's resources. I just think it's a lack of effort. Because honestly, I have not. All right, from the Premier League I started, I have never heard an advertisement on the radio. I've never seen a television. I've never seen an advertisement on the television. I have never seen anybody putting up anything to say that, hey, buy this jersey, buy that jersey. Nothing is being done.
Brother,
I d
Jamaican people are try buy them food. You got to talk about buy jersey. You have to. That's what I'm saying. You have to think about the economics of
no,
the
but remember,
country.
just
You're
like
gonna.
basically the
Wait,
way.
when I ask you a question,
we don't have the disposable income that
you're
other
gonna, if
countries
you have
have
a
at
money
their
where you save up, you buy a Clarks. You go buy the Clarks or a Reggae Boy jersey. As a
Well, I would.
Jamaican, tell a
Well, I would.
Jamaican to put in
Well, I
Clarks
would never
money
buy
up
a
to your
Clarks.
jersey. No, I'm
I
just
would never
saying,
buy a.
tell a Jamaican who want buy a Clarks to buy
Taylor.
a
Now
Jamaican
Taylor,
jersey.
Shavan, you know into Clark's boss?
No, so brother, different, certain things when I follow, when I really follow, yo, to me, a clock's ugly,
No, you have to look at the
Eh?
social construct of
That's
the
the one.
country,
The
my
Clark's you
friend.
prefer.
It's a
Well, looking
cultural
at,
thing.
alright, so that's the thing. You see, the social thing what we have at Jamaica,
Stereotyping.
we are getting too Americanized. That is one thing that's killing our country. That is one thing that is killing our youth. Everything what them say over happening in the US, mainly the US, they want to do.
Clarks come
Instead of,
from England.
no, I thought like the style thing, the
But
style
no, I'm
thing.
just kidding. I just
You
kidding.
see,
I just kidding.
yeah, you see persons. That's what I say. You will see a youth out here play football now, but him want to dance. No, Europe, and that's not how professionals behave. Not even the
No, but
professionals in the
he's not
US behave like
because he's
that.
not in a professional environment. You
So
have
Yeah.
that's
to
what I
understand that
say.
as well.
That's what I'm saying. When the all right, let's go back to what I always say. Formula pertaining to the whole school debate with football. They work. Money Cup season is held what for 3 months during the year. So the players, the kids, then play 3 matches per week in a Money Cup season. Them have schooling for them. So when you look, you burn out the players them, and then you force them to do schoolwork, you force them to play ball. Them get tired at night time, them grades dip. The minute them grades dip, them can't play football again, and then everybody turn them back on that particular student. Whereas football culture itself needs to be changed. Because just like the NCAA, I think a certain organization here in Jamaica, it's all about money. It's not about development of the players, which it's not their responsibility. However, it is killing our youths itself.
I agree with that.
you guys have just touched on a very good point, and you just jogged my memory as to the point I was trying to going to raise. And I must not take credit for this. Fourth official, aka Rome, or vice versa, made a very good point, and it was around ambition. And it's got me thinking. I'll put it to you, gents. ambition. Isn't it? Do you find it ironic that the young aspiring Jamaican players currently playing in the JPL potentially, I could be mistaken, aspire to represent Jamaica and put on and don the colours, but ironically, the Jamaican origin players playing in English leagues are aspiring or desiring to wear the jersey for Jamaica. Isn't it a reversal of interest? Because I do detect from what some people have been saying that Jamaican players should not be aspiring just, I say again, just to represent Jamaica, but they should be aspiring to be shipped off to Europe for big time contracts. Do you see? Is it ironic? Is it a bit of a schizophrenic
I think that's
situation? Do you find it a bit uncomfortable?
I think the players are aspiring to be professional.
Professionals, Robert.
You see that comment that you just highlighted?
Which one?
Like everybody, the comment Andre Williams, the one that like everybody, you need to read this if possible. It's not resources. Craig Baylor developed Leon Bailey by himself.
Yeah.
It's just
Craig Butler
commitment.
also has resources.
Yeah,
but
when
Did Craig Butler develop Leon Bailey off a water, buckle water, just like Leon Bailey was in Europe?
No, what I am saying no. We currently know we have more resources than what Craig Butler had when he was developing Leon Bailey. I'm not asking anybody that.
So you know about the man's finance then?
No, but Craig has spoken about.
But Craig has come out and said that he sold everything just to finance their trips and their players. Their players had to eat bun every single night, water every single night. What I'm just saying, look, I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong, Natila. What I am just saying is that the commitment, alright, you see the amount of focus that is put towards, let's say, politics in Jamaica. If you put half of that towards sports in Jamaica, you will see a greater income. Sports is not taken serious inside Jamaica.
I agree.
Guys, 3 minutes and we're cutting off, guys. Kind of to cut off in the next 3 minutes. So you are saying something new?
I just say really quickly. So I think that players will get incentivized by the amount of money they can earn. In Jamaica, we barely have enough money to pay our players for them to really dedicate themselves to football to become professional players. We lack the infrastructure, right? I agree there are exceptional people who can achieve without resources, and some of them will do that. When Craig Butler developed Leon, he took them to Europe for many years. And that's a lot of the development of Leon Bailey took place in Europe over those trips. I'm not saying that it can't be done, right? But that's the reality of that situation. I don't want to take up the time, so somebody else can talk.
I just want to say I 100% agree with Neo on that. That's exactly how I look at it. It's just some people are an exception. It's just the resource. It's just like people. It's priority. It's priority against sport. Remember, you playing sports in Jamaica, and when you become a star, your parents start say, "Yo, my boy, that fast, and can run,
Yeah,
They're not at your training. Yeah, they're not at your training. They're not handing you a bottle of water, patting you on the back. It's not that kind of culture. People are more, you have to understand, people are more trying to find their food or try to find the money to send you to school for your taxi fare. So it's a grind. So that focus is not there. So that's why when you come to Europe, where you have all of Scandinavia is a social society where most things are free. The only thing is not free in Scandinavia is dental over the age of 18. University, everything is free, and if you don't work, you're not gonna be on the streets. So you could still be a bum, and you could still be a bum and focus on whatever. You have people who sit at home just painting some piece of painting and saying he's the next Picasso. This is the next piece that's gonna sell for. He's not planning to work, but he could still live a good lifestyle. You can't do that in Jamaica. You don't have that foundation there if you get sick, if something happens. So people have to put their priority. You have to think about that, Maji. Priorities and income and finance and all that into it to really get what you need out of a person.
And
that's true.
disposal income.
All right.
Um,
Last week Saturday when I was on the road driving to my dad's workplace, I saw a player in a Humble Lion jersey going on a bus to go to a match.
and you
JUTC
and you
bus.
were driving. You see, so you're luxury. You're living luxury. You're actually driving. You see, the guy
JUTC
could take the
bus.
bus. You know, the guy's driving.
JUT. Like Formula, I honestly didn't want to stop. I honestly wanted to stop
And
and
give
give him
you
a
the
drive
right.
to you. And come here, me look at me and say, yo, this brother you're supposed to be the one come out and buy a bus for Jamaica to carry people. And this man a play professional football. And if you take a JUT, so the in club couldn't get a coaster for pick up everybody.
But players here take. Actually,
And
players
that
here
is
take.
why if we get 23 English players, UK players, diaspora players, who can take us to the World Cup, and we get that $1 million prize money for qualifying, and we get recognized and the money start to
Yep.
come in,
Yep.
to
Yeah.
me, it is worth the sacrifice. And we shouldn't
Yeah.
confuse national pride,
Yeah, that
right,
is true.
with winning. So, for all of those who are saying this man must make it, we have to have this quota or that quota, we need to just temporarily put that to the side and do what it takes so that we can bring that money home and
Yeah.
develop the game in the country.
I
But
think
tell everybody
final
this. The
thought,
minute Jamaica qualify for the World Cup, you're gonna see a great influx. Because Jamaican people they're too much bandwagon there Jamaica. Too much. Them only support Jamaica when them are win. And
Yeah.
that's not going to help us. Just
I would
massively.
say one final thing, Formula. Like part of what Niana said, yeah, which is the top. I call that the top-down approach, which is where we win and then have the money trickle down into the program. I think that should be the strategy for the immediate future.
Yeah.
But what I stated early on should be the strategy after this.
Agree 100%.
Yeah, I think his approach is what because we have the players that can enable us to do what he's saying to win now and gain the finances we need. But I think after this, we have to come up with a more formidable structure going forward.
Yeah.
I think Formula before you cut off.
Yeah, man. Sean Bless, you're there a while now, you say nothing in a final point.
Yeah, because I listen to everyone reasoning, and it's good for listening when others speak, you learn more, you understand?
Yeah.
You know, when others speak and you speak, it make it disturbing. So as I was saying before, you know, people speaking about English-based play and them stuff. Learn this, bro. I've been in England for much years now. And I stay in England. When I came in England, after do a thing with them calling them the life in the UK test, where it grants your resident permit to stay and live and everything. And when they have a book where you have to read, the book I think is, I can't remember how much page it's to. How much space in it you have to read, but you have to read every one of those spaces because you doesn't know the question where you're going to be asked when you're going to do the test. And in the book, when I read and understand, during the times when they was taking people from Jamaica, what them call the Green Rush, you know what they did? They take the best set of people, the best tailor, the best carpenter, the best baker, the best shoemaker, the best driver, the best of everything them take up from Jamaica, bring over in England in the Windrush. And now those people becomes living here permanently, have kids and everything. So why is it Jamaica shouldn't come here to get the best
100%,
from England?
I agree with you 100%.
To represent back Jamaica.
But we're not getting the best players from England. We're getting the players who are available to us.
No, they're trickling. They're trickling in.
No. It's what it's. Listen, there are a lot of good players here. Yeah, where before, Uno was saying if the federation reaching out to players from early stage, they would have those players representing the country, but they're not. So what you expect?
I disagree. Not everybody wants to play for a losing team, bro.
No, it's not. No, bro. You can't say that. You do have to play here who really ready to represent the country.
Who's playing at a high level? Name them. Name one.
Not just to make it. No, bro. Listen, there's a lot. I'm not going to contradict the thing like I'm trying to. No, I'm not. I'm just explaining something to you. I've been listening to you talking from a whole night, bro. And you make a whole heap of good solid point. Some of them are a little bit rational, but as I said before, that's your opinion, and everyone has to support your opinion. You understand what I deal with? So we're not coming on the panel to fight each other, to tear on each other.
No. Me not do that. Maybe
no,
me
not like
just say,
that. I'm
It's a
saying,
discussion.
no, it's just a
I'm
discussion. What
saying,
I'm saying to you, my
yeah,
friend, a lot of the players who are playing for Jamaica are players who had dreams of playing for England and it didn't work out, and they have evaluated
why
when
they
they
have
got to a point
dreams of playing for England.
because it's
Because it
natural.
wasn't Jamaica wasn't having a federation reaching out to them from before to make them know them have other options before.
I
They can
don't think
represent them
so. I
country
don't
before
think
them
so.
think about
What about
England.
Ivan Tony? What about like an example Ivan Tony?
When
Listen,
Jamaica
look
was
at
reaching
my
out to
friend.
Ivan
Look at
Tony,
the
my
age when
brother,
most of the
when Jamaica
players
reaching out to
play for
Ivan Tony,
Jamaica.
listen, when Jamaica reaching out to Ivan Tony, it's when they hear about Ivan Tony.
Right.
It's when them hear about him, bro. It's not
So
when
when are you gonna
Ivan
reach out?
Tony.
When you hear about him?
A few exceptions do
bro.
not create the rule, Taylor.
No,
A few exceptions
bro.
don't create the rule.
No, bro. Don't think like that, brother. You say you have a great mind, think like a great mind, my brother. You understand?
No,
Think
I'm
like
not.
a great man.
What I'm trying to understand is like, let's say for what was this guy name at Liverpool at that time? Sturridge. Those players, right? You think that
Yeah,
Sturridge and those guys, if Jamaica approached them, they would have chose Jamaica over England?
of course
People
they
say
would,
that
bro.
storage would have, yeah.
Oh
Of
God.
course they
Talk
would.
to storage.
Where things Sturridge from, bro? Sturridge I'm born in England, you know. I'm just came in England when I'm young, you know, and develop himself
Precisely.
up here, you know, bro. You understand? Him is a born Jamaican. So why you think he want to reach home back to him country, bro? These are the little factor of things you have to check on before make certain knowledge, you know.
Yeah.
You understand? You see me?
You
Him
hear what
would
you
have.
say, me, G, but
And
this
there's a lot
I'm
more
gonna
room.
I'm gonna disagree with you on this. But I hear what you're saying, but I think
Well,
England is the
in
number
life,
one
that's the
country that
goal.
they want to play for. I
Disagree,
think they
you
want to
know.
play for England,
Yeah.
and then if it doesn't work, they play for Jamaica. I think
All
that's
right.
it.
We have
That's
to.
what you think, bro. Because you is on the other side of the world and seeing it that way. That's it. But if you was here and seeing it, then you don't know. You
All
Miss
right.
understand?
Morgan didn't do that.
Jamaica have a big flux, a player here, bro. A whole group of player here who can represent Jamaica, make how much team for Jamaica, bro. But it's always going to be a contradiction of local player. When me and you, cause listen, me's a born Jamaican, born and growing a ghetto, bro. You understand? We used to play ball. We used to play from corner league to D1, D2, SIG ball, major league. We never play national league. You understand? And when me I tell you something, said, our player right now in Jamaica, you can pick a few were ready. The rest of them not ready yet, brother. You understand? Because what it takes to be a universal player, where you can go any team, just like it takes dedication and it takes self-belief.
But Maji,
And look how
I
young
know
youth them
I
nowadays.
spoke to people who work closely with the JFF, and this
Final
is
point.
what exactly they said. A lot of the players, they don't want to play for Jamaica until they exhaust their chances of playing for England, and I strongly
Some
believe that
Them
because they
some
can tell,
have reached
small
listen,
out.
JFF
Yeah,
tell
I'm
people,
just saying
listen,
my
JFF,
information that I'm getting
said,
from my
listen,
source.
my brother, yeah, that's your source, but all you know your source telling the truth. I'm not lying to you.
But how you know my
JFF
All
source is
right.
do
not
things to
telling the
cover up
truth?
themselves, brother.
All right. All
some
right.
small
All right.
fishes, some small fishes try to pretend to be kingfish in a small pond. And when you have players or people coming from the diaspora who want to help contribute and improve, a lot of the time they meet a lot of resistance and a lot of the time they are discouraged. Right? I'm not saying that
So,
help is always superior or better, but there is that resistance and discouragement and that failure to access and leverage or Jamaicans overseas.
All
What is
right.
your take with formula? Wait, me know say you have to go,
so
but like the one me need for here, Neon. What is your take on? You think that a lot
Final
of these
point.
final point, a lot of these players in their peak, they get the opportunity. You have England right here, and you have Jamaica right here. You think that a good 90% of them would choose Jamaica?
I mean, listen, you just asked me about a good 90%. I mean, that is a very high percentage to
What
ask for.
percent? What percent then would you say?
Hold on,
Just
hold on.
I am
We
I
have
am
a
saying
thing playing in the
we're
background. Can you
getting
please just turn it down,
I'm
please?
sorry, yeah. Anyways, Taylor, so let me tell you. I believe, right, that there are many players who, as the guy said, had they been reached out to before, are known that the opportunity was there for them to play for Jamaica. That there are numerous examples which people, in the comment section saying examples, Storage talked about it before. There are numerous examples of players who may have come back. Now, what happens is that they become a big star, and then all of a sudden Jamaica say they must come play for Jamaica. You understand? And so, in fact, they could probably point the finger back at Jamaica and say, you only know me when we become star, you never know me when I struggle and I come up. What we're saying is that there needs to be a relationship, there needs to be scouting, there needs to be tracking, there needs to be all of these things, as opposed to people saying, oh, they're a foreigner, they're only interested in England, and only when them feel like England, them look back on Jamaica. I mean, for you to say something like that is suggesting somehow that they're not really Jamaican, or that their feelings towards Jamaica is not necessarily genuine, that they're only opportunistic, that they're, so when you have that sort of, I know you don't, probably in your heart, you don't mean to say it like that, but a lot of people is going to receive it that way. You understand? So all I'm saying is, you have to set up a channel, set up a scouting, set up a system. You understand? England took our best. Why won't we try and access the best that they developed and have some of that talent return to Jamaica? To the extent that we fail to access it, we're only hurting ourselves.
All right, Neo, to add to your point, what you just said, most of the younger
argument.
most of the young players that we have, as we were saying, we always wait until the players them become this big star before we try to get to them. Why not from a youth level? The comment that individual said about having a quota, if we got rid of that, we'd be able to get young. Because remember, the players, they at a young age, they can play for England and they can also play for Jamaica at the same time. Because this guy, the youth that play for Celtic, Dembele, he's playing for England and he's playing for Scotland at the same time. So if some of those players represent England at some competition and they represent Jamaica at another competition, they will then get a chemistry with our players. They'll get the Highland vibes. Then they'll say, we love the vibes that Jamaica have. And I want to come to Jamaica, come represent Jamaica. I want to carry them people that got the World Cup instead of the people them. But if I miss an empty goal, them going to call me monkey and all kind of different something. But we don't give them that option because we don't look on them until them is this big star. And them are going to say, but wait, why the country you call me? Who is them? We're not going to look on them. So if you try to go to them from them younger, that would be better.
Sean, my brother, look at this. Look at this.
Sean. I know you can't. I know you didn't get. Yeah, I know you didn't. You're contributing late to the discussion and so forth. But it can't. All right, let me just.
Yeah.
Every second.
You get a super chat, the one, so you have to go for 5 more minutes.
Read out the super chat now. Fabian Full, big up, boss. Thanks much for the super chat. Much appreciated. Let's remember Godfrey reached out to the JFF. Yes, he did reach out to the JFF when he was younger.
And they didn't even respond back to the guy. Listen.
Yeah.
All right, Sean, I'm sorry about that, Sean, for taking up some of your time. I just thought it was very interesting thing that you said, but sorry about that. Man.
No, that's cool, bro. We are here to reason and make each other comfortable within reasoning, because this is how we learn from each other, We all have different view, but brilliant minds. So, we learn off of each other. We learn while it goes, so there's no hard feelings there, bro.
Yeah. Next time, we need to continue this though, because we need to back up on this, because we have some young players, and I'm sure say them contact them, and they don't want to play for Jamaica right now. They say they're waiting.
No, that's not so, bro. That's not so. That's how the JFF make it seems, bro. You understand? A lot of young players would represent Jamaica to Indian states.
No, it's not that easy, Sean. All
right, guys. All right. Let me
we'll do it again.
All right, guys. All right. Everybody calm down. It is true for some and it is not true for others. There are some that want to come on board from an earlier age. There are some that, Richards at Bayern Munich is a perfect example. He's waiting on the English. So it goes both ways. Sterling credible sources have said Sterling wanted to come on board to play for Jamaica from a younger age. So it has worked both ways. All right, so guys, this was initially supposed to be a watch along to the two Reggae Boys, right? So it was supposed to be a watch along for Charleroi versus Antwerp with Shamar Nicholson, and a watch along also because the two matches were going on at the same time. The main event, however, was Brentford versus Arsenal with Reggae Boy Ethan Pinnock and a potential Reggae Boy Ivan Tony, and the side event was Charleroi with Shamar Nicholson. Brentford had a very good result. Their first game in the top flight this season. They won 2-0. A very good result. They got their chances and they put them away. So that's very good for Brentford. Charleroi, they only managed to draw their game. Unfortunately, Shamar got a sitter in the final moments of the game.
What's new? What's new?
He hit the post. So, so they unfortunately, only mustered a draw. Right. So we'll continue to do these watch alongs to Reggae Boys playing all over the world. Watch alongs coming up as well over the weekend.
Derby County tomorrow, Ravel Morrison, 1:30 European time.
Yep. One Reggae Boy and a prospective Reggae Boy in Johnson Clark Harris going head to head on that one. So guys, I'll also probably check out the Villa game as well from a watch along standpoint. If I do see Leon on the
Is he playing tomorrow?
That's the thing. He's available. Will he be playing? He's available. But if he will be playing, because he hasn't had much time to train with the team, etc., etc. So we'll look and see if he's available tomorrow, right? All right. So guys, thank you very much to the panelists. Thank you very much. There are a lot of panelists on tonight. So we thank you guys for your contribution. Thanks for the super chats as well. And thank you for the commenters in the comment section who always add a very, very, very important dynamic to the show. We appreciate, all the inputs on the show. So guys, that's our 2 cents. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your day. And until next time.
All right. Blessings.